Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and a warm welcome to all esteemed guests attending to Bali Regional Aerospace Power Forum 2024. We kindly request you to proceed to the registration desk for your ID badge. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and a warm welcome to all esteemed guests attending to Bali Regional Aerospace Power Forum 2024. We kindly request you to proceed to the registration desk for your ID badge. Ladies and gentlemen, upon completing your registration, we are now inviting you to enter the Pecatu Hall 1 and 2 for the opening. We cordially invite you to be seated and make yourself comfortable. As a courtesy, we would like to kindly request that all mobile communication devices be switched to silent mode. During the forum event and for the translator tool, please keep it at place after use. Thank you for your kind cooperation.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Bali Regional Air and Space Power Forum 2024. Upon completing your registration, we are now inviting you to enter the Pecatu Hall 1 and 2 for the opening. We cordially invite you to please have a seat and make yourself comfortable. As a courtesy, we would like to kindly request that all mobile communication devices be switched to silent mode during the forum events. And for the translator tool, please keep it at place after use. Thank you for your kind cooperation.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Bali Regional Air and Space Power Forum 2024. Upon completing your registration, we are now inviting you to enter the Pecatu Hall 1 and Pecatu Hall 2 for the opening. We cordially invite you to please have a seat and make yourself comfortable. As a courtesy, we would like to kindly request that all mobile communication devices be switched to silent mode. During the forum event, kindly request for the translator tool. Please keep it at place after use. Thank you for your kind cooperation.
Selamat pagi kami sampaikan kepada seluruh tamu undangan. Dimohon untuk segera menempati tempat duduk yang telah disediakan karena acara akan segera dimulai. Sekali lagi kami sampaikan kepada seluruh hadirin dan tamu undangan untuk segera menempati tempat duduk yang telah disediakan karena acara akan segera dimulai. Terima kasih.
Welcome to Chief of Staff of Indonesia Air Force, Air Chief Marshal Muhammad Tony Haryono, all speakers for your presence.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Bali Nusa Dua Convention Center for Bali Regional Air and Space Power Forum 2024. Before we begin these events, may we have your attention to the screen for this safety briefing video.
Thank you, and we hope that this event proceeds seamlessly.
Welcome to Bali Nusa Dua Convention Center, BNDCC. Your safety is always our first priority. It is essential that you are familiar with our emergency procedures in order to respond appropriately during an emergency. When you enter the building, pay attention to the nearest exit doors, emergency stairs and fire extinguishers. Please take a few moments now to locate your nearest exit. In the event of an emergency such as fire, earthquake, bomb explosion, or tsunami as announced over the public address system, or an emergency alarm is sounded, please remain calm and listen to the announcement. Please follow the evacuation routes and follow the instructions given by Emergency Response Team ERT personnel. If we are required to evacuate the building, please proceed calmly to the nearest safe exit and follow closely the instructions of ERT personnel to the assembly points. Please do not use the elevator. Use the nearest emergency stairs according to the evacuation route signs. If you require first aid, please do not hesitate to ask one of our ERT personnel. Now you are here at Pechatu Hall. Pay attention to the exit doors and evacuation routes. Thank you for your attention. Best wishes for an eventful day at BNDCC.
To our most esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Chief of Staff of Indonesian Air Force, Air Chief Marshal Muhammad Tony Haryono.
Honorable Commander of the National Air Operations Command,
Honorable Commander of Air Force Command Force Doctrine, Development, Education and Training.
Honorable Ambassadors from partner countries,
Honorable Delegation from partner countries, Armed Forces.
Honorable Speakers,
Honorable Officers from the Indonesian National Armed Forces and the Indonesian National Police.
and Honorable Officers from ministries, institutions, corporate stakeholders, academia, and all the other honored guests.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan.
We are deeply honored to welcome you to the Bali Nusa Dua Convention Center on the occasion of the Bali Regional Air and Space Power Forum 2024.
Under the theme Security for All, the future of aerospace technology and its role in humanitarian assistance and disaster relief operations. Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce myself to you. I'm Dave Setiawan, and also together with
Sergeant Laisha,
we will be serving as your master of ceremony for today's event. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, in the spirit of patriotism and unity, we kindly invite you to rise to join in the singing of the Indonesian national anthem. Ladies and gentlemen, please be rise. Indonesia Raya. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, for next agenda, with the report from the officer in charge of the forum event.
Esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, let us take a moment to express our gratitude and seek blessing for the success of today's event through the prayer. The prayer will be led by Captain Yudi Cahyono.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirrabbilalamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin. Sayyidina wa maulana Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Alhamdulillah, segala puji dan syukur kami panjatkan atas segala nikmat yang telah Engkau berikan kepada kami, sehingga kami dapat berkumpul dalam rangka kegiatan Bali Regional Air and Space Power Forum dalam keadaan sehat walafiat. Ya Allah, Tuhan yang Maha Kuasa, jadikanlah forum ini sebagai ajang untuk meningkatkan kerjasama antara negara-negara di dunia, khususnya di kawasan regional, sehingga akan tercipta kolaborasi yang baik dalam setiap kegiatan, baik operasi dan latihan bersama maupun dalam penanganan bencana. Berkailah kegiatan ini untuk mewujudkan TNI Angkatan Udara yang adaptif, modern, profesional, unggul, dan humanis, menuju Nusantara baru Indonesia maju. Berkailah kelancaran, kemudahan, dan keselamatan bagi kami dalam pelaksanaan rangkaian kegiatan ini. Ya Allah, Tuhan yang Maha Pengampun, ampunilah dosa dan kekhilafan kami, orang tua kami, dan para pemimpin-pemimpin kami, serta jadikanlah kami golongan orang-orang yang selamat di dunia dan akhirat. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzabannar. Walhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda of our program is the formal address and declaration of the official opening of the Bali Regional Air and Space Forum 2024 by the Chief of Staff of the Indonesian Air Force. With great respect, we kindly invite Air Chief Marshal Muhammad Tony Haryono to the podium.
Good morning, distinguished speakers and guests. First and foremost, I would like to thank honorable guest, His Excellency Mr. Mario Ignacio Artaza Loyola, the Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of the Republic of Chile to the Republic of Indonesia. His Excellency Mr. Dominic Jerme, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of the United Kingdom to the Republic Indonesia, the Minister of Home Affairs, represented by Dr. Castorio Sinaga, a delegation of the Air Force and Armed Forces delegation in the region from China, from Philippines, from Timor-Leste, Brunei, all stakeholders and officials from the government and defense industry, academia, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor to stand before you today here in Bali, not only surrounded by beautiful of this island, but also united by a shared mission to address the challenges posed by natural disaster and explore how aerospace technology can offer innovative solutions. Before we proceed, I would like to take a moment to thank our esteemed speakers and panelists. Your expertise and insight will be guide today's discussion and contribute immensely to the solution we seek. I also extend my appreciation to all participants and the audience for your presence. Your commitment is essential, and together we will explore the advancement necessary to strengthen our disaster response capabilities. As we know, the frequency and intensity of natural disaster continue to rise. Recent data from the Internal Displacement Monitoring Center reminds us that by the end of 2023, over the 26 million people had been displaced due to flood, earthquake, and storms. This alarming trend calls for more than just response. It calls for a concerted effort to enhance our preparedness and capabilities. Indonesia, as many of you are aware, is no stranger to the devastating effect of natural disaster. Being situated in the Pacific Ring of Fire, we have faced volcanic eruption, earthquake, tsunamis, and other natural events. Yet through this trial, we have learned valuable lessons we must share with the world. Our experiences show that the strength of our response lies in two critical components, technology and cooperation. Technology, particularly advancement in UAVs, satellites, C4ISR system, has revolutionized the way we manage disaster relief. Real-time data, precise monitoring, and fast communication will proven to be a game changer. As we witnessed during the 2021 Mount Semeru eruption and the 2018 Palu earthquake, these technologies save lives and minimize damage by providing timely and actionable information. But technology alone is not enough. International cooperation is crucial. The complexity of humanitarian assistance and disaster relief operations transcend national borders. It is essential that we continue to foster partnerships, learn from one another, and build on each other's strengths. Today, we have a unique opportunity to deepen our discussion and strengthen our partnerships. This forum serves as a platform for all of us, military, government, academia, and industry leaders, to engage in meaningful dialogue and exchange knowledge. I encourage everyone to take an active part in this forum. It is not only a time for listening, but also for contributing ideas that will shape the future of disaster response. Your insight and contributing are critical in improving our capabilities and ensuring better preparedness for future challenges. So, as we embark on today's journey, I urge you to engage, to challenge inside idea, and to collaborate. Our sole goal is clear: to develop the technology and strategies that will save lives in times of crisis and to leave this forum with tangible step forward. Let today be a day of inspiration and commitment. Thank you once again to our distinguished speakers and to all of you for your commitment to this vital case. Together we can build a safer, more resilient future for all. With that, I am honored to officially open this Bali Regional Air and Space Power Forum 2024. May today's discussion lead to actionable solutions that will make a lasting impact of disaster relief and humanitarian assistance effort. Thank you, and I wish us all a productive and successful forum. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the opening speech, and we would like to ask Air Chief Marshal Tony Haryono to remain in front of the stage to deliver the token of appreciation to our distinguished speakers. We also kindly invite the following speakers to the front of stage. Respected guests, ladies and gentlemen, we now proceed to deliver the token of appreciation by the Chief of Staff of the Indonesian Air Force to our distinguished speakers and special session speaker, Mr. Zakir Hamid, Mr. Andi Wijayanto, Dr. Alistair D.B. Cook, Colonel Richard F. Ganska, Mr. Jose Corsia, Mr. William C. Dickey, Dr. Ing Wahyudi Hasbi, and for Dr. Udara, who will be joining us virtually, we will ensure he received the token of appreciation.
And we would like to invite Assistant to Chief of Staff for Aerospace Potential to come to the front of the stage to join the photo session.
May you give a round of applause to all of us, ladies and gentlemen. Gentlemen, you may be seated. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's continue to the next agenda. We will have a special session with Airbus Defense and Space speaking on trends and prediction, the future of aerospace technology. Without further ado, please welcome Head of Region Asia Pacific and China, Airbus Defense and Space, Mr. Zakir Hamid.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, a very good morning to everyone here. Air Chief Marshal Bapak Muhammad Doni Harjono, Chief of Indonesian Air Force, Defense Chiefs, Ambassadors, diplomats, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's a privilege to be here among such distinguished military leaders, defense experts, and partners, united in our common mission of ensuring security and resilience. Thank you kindly for the opportunity to share a bit about what Airbus does. It's not all-encompassing, but it will give you a flavor of what we do. But not just us, the industry in the aerospace, what we can deliver in terms of critical capabilities that support HADR efforts. The Asia-Pacific region is well known. Next slide, please. The Asia-Pacific region is well known for its extraordinary cultural diversity and amazing landscapes. But much of it sits in disaster-prone areas. Those within the Ring of Fire face an existential threat of natural disasters such as earthquakes, tsunamis, volcanic eruptions with significant economic losses, with significant human economic losses. In 2022 alone, the Asia-Pacific region recorded over 140 disasters affecting more than 64 million people and led to over 7,500 deaths, according to OCHA. Indonesia alone faces around 1.5 to 2,000 natural disasters each year, coupled with its vast archipelago of more than 17,000 islands. Responding to disasters is an immense challenge. Remote areas can be difficult to access, and damaged infrastructure offers hampers timely delivery of aid. Next slide, please. Airbus has a long history in aerospace, and its involvement in disaster relief and humanitarian aid has evolved considerably over time. From early transport missions to today's advanced manned and unmanned aircraft and satellite-based systems, Airbus has consistently delivered innovative solutions to meet the needs for defense and HADR missions. These developments not only increase readiness and resilience, but also improve the speed and efficiency of disaster response. As a previous commander myself of the Air Mobility Group in Singapore, I had the honor to witness colleagues and partners get involved in numerous HADR missions, both regionally and internationally. Next slide, please. It's a rare time when everyone lets down their guards with a collective mission to save lives. This photo, courtesy of the RAF, Royal Air Force, shows how the A400M has evolved to support HADR missions and delivered previously unimaginable outcomes. Over 120,000 people were airlifted out of Kabul in 2021, led and in coordination with the US forces. In this case, 250 passengers in a single A400M. Safer, high-performance aircraft, well-designed and dependable. Next slide, please. One of the most significant advantages of Airbus technology is its ability to provide rapid response and mobility. When disaster strikes, time is of the essence. Airbus, among other aircraft, such as the C295, A400M, the A330 MRTT, helicopters such as the H145 and the H225M, as well as unmanned aerial systems, can quickly reach affected areas, delivering essential supplies, medical aid and rescue teams on top of conducting aerial surveys and supporting emergency communications. In the Asia-Pacific region, where natural disasters are prevalent, This capability is crucial. In the 2018 Sulawesi earthquake in Palu, over 4,300 lives were lost. In the aftermath, many nations came together to support HADR efforts, and like the others, in this example, the Indonesian government, the Royal Malaysian Air Force, and the Airbus Foundation joined forces to deliver critical aid. The A400M was instrumental and singular in delivering the large excavator that you can see here, a much needed tool in the aftermath. No other aircraft could accommodate the oversized load and land in the very short length of runway that remain operable. The concept we'd like to share and encourage is the optimum mixed fleet, where smaller, higher frequency, sub-10-ton class loads and missions can reach unprepared strips that could be accomplished by aircraft such as the C295, whereas larger and oversized loads, in the case of the A400M, up to 37 tons, could carry, including the H225M helicopter, excavators, mobile air traffic control stations, as well as other essential needs that could be deployed. In long-range, even humanitarian missions, the A330 MRTT is the quickest way to virtually any point in the world that is also able to refuel other aircraft, including the A400M en route. Such is the value that the optimum mixed fleet could offer in terms of best value capability ratios for modern militaries. And we're very proud that Indonesia is operating the C295 and has chosen the A400M. Next slide, please. Last week, Typhoon Yagi inundated a number of Southeast Asian countries, causing devastating floods and landslides. And in Vietnam, at least 197 people have been killed and more than 800 people hurt, scores more displaced from their homes. Airbus technology, next slide, please. That's an image previously of an aerial imagery of what Airbus has provided to aid in the analysis in the aftermath of the hurricane. Airbus technology also plays a crucial role in surveillance and assessment. Satellites such as the Pleiades Neo, the Pleiad Neo, the TerraSAR X are equipped with advanced imaging and sensing capabilities, providing real-time data on the extent of the damage day or night and in any weather condition, from SAR imagery, for instance, helping disaster response and agencies, governments to make informed decisions, vital for coordinating relief efforts that allocate resources and identify areas in urgent need of assistance. Indonesia, for instance, benefits from the assessment of predetermining conditions that allow for the best route as well as the best mode of support for HADR missions. Airbus satellite imagery has been used to monitor volcanic activity and assess impact of natural disasters, aiding in timely and effective response. Further, Airbus has long been investing in developing satellites for research and Earth monitoring, such as the Copernicus program. Airbus plays a vital role in Earth observation, providing high-resolution imagery and environmental data to monitor and manage disasters. Satellites such as the Sentinel-1 and Sentinel-2 support emergency mapping and damage assessment for floods, wildfires, earthquakes, enabling responders to assess the situation quickly and deploy resources effectively. Airbus contributes to the International Charter of Space and Major Disasters, which activates satellites to direct humanitarian relief to assist ground teams reaching those in need. This was the case in Palu and last week when Yagi struck. Airbus has for many years partnered with and delivered satellites to nations that desire a sovereign space capability and asset. Next, please. During any disaster, it is common for terrestrial communications to fail as the necessary infrastructure is damaged or destroyed, rendering coordinating and managing after effects of the disaster to become extremely difficult to manage. Airbus AgNet MCX is the next generation critical collaboration solution designed to deliver reliable access to critical communication areas over broadband, not just voice, such as data, video, and location services. AgNet supports multi-mode operators simultaneously, including satellite, ensuring continuous data even if one network fails. The Zephyr, as you can see here, is a high-altitude platform station, otherwise known as HAPS. It's an electric UAS, or UAV, with demonstrated 64-day endurance that provides robust connectivity solutions when terrestrial networks are compromised. It delivers low-latency connectivity from the stratosphere, bridging the digital divide and ensuring communications across vast geographies. Unmanned vehicles such as these can be dispatched to areas which require its capabilities the most, concentrating efforts and bandwidth to specific locations, ideal for archipelagic nations like Indonesia, with over 17,000 islands, connecting people on a day-to-day basis while ensuring effective disaster response coordination when the need arises. Another example of bringing value in a dual-use capability. Next slide, please. Airbus is at the cutting edge of innovation, constantly developing, investing in new technologies, including AI, many of which contribute directly to enhanced disaster preparedness and response. These innovations are transforming the way we influence disaster readiness and response. Airbus is committed to its goals to build a sustainable future, managing carbon emissions, beginning with its aircraft design, reducing carbon emissions significantly and improving fuel efficiency by a factor of 25 to 30% compared to previous generation aircraft. Airbus has already demonstrated the use of sustainable aviation fuel up to 100%, in this case for the MRTT, demonstrated. Airbus continues to invest in R&D, delivering to our partners what we listen to and believe they need. Airbus aircraft, such as the A400M you see, now offer airborne firefighting capabilities. Equipped with fire retardant loads, these aircraft provide a rapid and effective response to wildfires, further enhancing disaster response capabilities. However, as many of these examples demonstrate, even the most advanced technology cannot function in isolation. The complexity and scale of modern disasters require a collaborative approach that brings together the combined strength of friendly nations, NGOs, and industry. Which brings me to my next point, collaboration. Collaboration between governments and humanitarian organizations is, of course, crucial for leveraging and maximizing these technologies and capabilities. In the Asia-Pacific region, Airbus has partners with local governments and organizations to implement these ideas and solutions, fostering a more resilient and prepared community. Next slide, please. Airbus technology also plays a vital role in environmental monitoring and climate resilience. Satellites equipped with sensors can monitor changes in the environment, track weather patterns, and predict natural disasters. This data is invaluable for early warning systems, enabling communities to take proactive measures and mitigate the impact of disasters. Airbus Aeolus satellite, for instance, is the first of its kind to directly observe wind profiles from space and has become an essential tool in weather forecasting. By accurately predicting global patterns, Aeolus helps improve forecasting for extreme weather events, like hurricanes, which allow governments and organizations to take proactive steps in disaster preparedness. By investing in space capabilities, nations and regional organizations such as ASEAN can collectively enhance their ability to understand and adapt to changing climate and build more resilient cities and societies. Next, please. From air power to space systems to connected intelligence, Airbus innovation and technologies are present and significantly enhancing the choice to equip, prepare, and respond, contributing to national and regional resilience. To realize the potential, however, it is also true that national governments need to prioritize the modernization of their national assets and capabilities. It is a simple and critical need to be ready to save lives and minimize economic loss when disaster strikes. Terima kasih, matur suwun. Thank you very much. Have a pleasant Bali Air Show.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zakir, Head of Asia Pacific for Airbus Defense and Space, for the insightful session. Our distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed, we would like to invite all esteemed guests for a photo session with all participants. Now, we kindly invite you all to be raised, stand up, and facing to the stage, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a picture together to capture this moment. We're doing it with two poses. The first one, it will be formal pose. In 3, 2, 1. And the second one, ladies and gentlemen, it will be Swabuana Paksa Salute. In 3, 2, 1. Very thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You may be seated. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we will have a coffee break for about 15 minutes. We kindly invite our VIP guests and dignitaries to enjoy the refreshments at Mengwi Room's VIP lounge, while other attendees and participants are invited to proceed to the general dining area. Please note, ladies and gentlemen, that the forum will resume promptly at 10 a.m. We thank you for your attention.
Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite all participants to make their way to Dekat Hall 1 and 2 and proceed to your seats as we are about to begin our next session shortly. Thank you.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite all participants to make their way to Pecatu 1 and Pecatu 2 hall and proceed to your seats as we are about to begin our next session shortly. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite all participants to make their way to Pecatu 1 and 2 hall and proceed to your seats as we are about to begin our next session shortly. Thank you.
Bener-bener, tapi nggak sih, maksudnya acara apapun. Selalu pakai event organizer atau kadang di ya. Udah pernah MC di IKN? Yang sama Dian besok siapa, Mas Dani? Kiki. Oh Kiki, tahu Kiki. Oh nggak Kiki, si Denisa kan? Nggak tahu Denisa sekarang masih udah MC doang nggak? Oh, aku kemarin sempat ini kan, hampir mau dapat maraton ini bank. Oh iya ya, aku udah di-pitching dari April sampai deal sampai bulan itu tiba-tiba orang minta minta.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite all participants to make their way to Pecatu 1 and 2 Hall and proceed to your seats as we are about to begin our next session shortly. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite all participants to make their way to Pecatu 1 and 2 Hall and proceed to your seats as we are about to begin our next session shortly. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, please be seated.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, today's forum is centered around the topic of understanding disaster and the role of air operation in support of executing humanitarian assistance and disaster relief HADR operation. It is my honor to introduce the two distinguished moderators who will guide us through the first session of Bali Regional Air and Space Power Forum 2024.
The first moderator is Air Commodore Rujito Dibio Asmoro, an esteemed figure with extensive international seminars such as International Air Power. Additionally, he has been an organizer for the Asian Defense Minister meeting.
The second moderator is Friska Clarissa, the senior news anchor and producer of Kompas TV, with over 13 years of experience in broadcasting, included presidential police journalists. She had interviewed international and national figures, such as President of the Republic of Indonesia, His Excellency Mr. Joko Widodo, and the United States Secretary of State, Mr. Anthony J. Blinken. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage Air Commodore Rujito Dibio Asmoro and Friska Clarissa.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan, Rahayu. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Welcome to Bali Regional Air and Space Power Forum 2024.
First of all, we would like to extend our sincere gratitude and appreciation to the Honorable Indonesian Air Force Chief of Staff, Air Chief Marshal Muhammad Tony Haryono, for your approval and guidance for us in moderating today's forum. It is an honor for us. Thank you very much. Also have a good morning to our distinguished prominent speakers, honorable participants, representing government, ministries, the Indonesian National Armed Forces, the Indonesian National Police, academia, industry, and all the audiences. And to refresh this morning, please allow me to start with pantun. Then, ladies and gentlemen, please...
Don't forget to say cakep.
Yes, of course, cakep is used as appreciation while reading or pronouncing pantun. Are you ready? Okay, thank you. Having tripped to Bedugul in various seasons, cakep. The sea, hills, and mountains are awesome. Cakep. Today, we will have some insightful discussions.
Cakep.
Welcome to Bali Regional Air and Space Power Forum.
Every year, millions of people around the world are forced to leave their homes due to natural disasters. Climate change continues to trigger an increase in the frequency and intensity of these disasters, creating immense challenges for us all. However, amidst this darkness, aerospace technology has become a beacon of hope. Advancing technologies such as real-time satellite monitoring and the use of UAVs have played a crucial role in accelerating response times and saving lives. The Bali Regional Air and Space Power Forum 2024 envisions security for all. We believe that the future of aerospace technology will be increasingly intertwined with humanitarian assistance and disaster relief missions. As a country situated on the Pacific Ring of Fire, Indonesia stands at the forefront of these challenges. Our experiences in handling various disasters provide invaluable lessons to share with the world. This forum will serve as a platform for countries to exchange experiences, knowledge, technologies, and strengthening global solidarity. In this forum, we will explore the integration of technological innovations, such as C4ISR, UAVs, and satellites in HADR operations. We believe that international cooperation is key to optimizing disaster response, ensuring that all nations can make the most of available resources. Join us at the Bali Regional Air and Space Power Forum 2024, and together we will build a safer future for all.
Please give a big round of applause.
Okay, Friska, before we start, I would like to give some information about the aim of today's forum. So the aim of today's forum is to form academic forum to discuss the relations and implication of HADR operations and the development of technology. Next, now we will invite our speakers. I will give you now Friska to invite the speaker, please.
Thank you, Commodore Rigito. Let us introduce our distinguished speakers in this first session. Our first speaker is the coordinator of the Humanitarian Assistance and Disaster Relief Program and senior fellow at the Center for Non-Traditional Security Studies as Raja Ratnam School of International Studies, Nanyang Technological University, Singapore. His research interests focus on humanitarian affairs, disaster governance, foreign policy, and regional cooperation in the Asia-Pacific. Please welcome Dr. Alistair D.B. Cook. Hello, good morning. Thank you so much. Please have a seat. Then our second speaker is the Chief of the Strategic Competition Division, Headquarters, Pacific Air Forces, or PACAF, Hickam Field, Hawaii. He is responsible for developing and assessing PACAF strategies on behalf of the commander. He leads long-range planning for air operations, information operations, and activities that maintain a free, open, and prosperous Indo-Pacific for all. We cordially invite to the stage Colonel Richard F. Gonske. Good morning, Colonel Richard. How are you? Thank you. Please have a seat. And then our third speaker currently serves as the Senior Advisor at Laboratorium Indonesia 2045, Lab 45. Previously, he was appointed as a Cabinet Secretary during the leadership of President Joko Widodo and former Vice President Yusuf Kala. Senior Advisor to International Presidential Chief of Staff, as well as the Governor of National Resilience Institute, Lemhanas RI, 2022 to 2023. Please welcome Bapak Andi Wijayanto. Pak Andi, selamat pagi, good morning. Thank you so much for coming. Please have a seat. And the last but not least, our fourth speaker currently serves as the Director of Disaster Risk Mapping and Evaluation, National Agency for Disaster Management, BNPB. Previously, he was officiated as the Director of Disaster Countermeasure System 2020 to 2021. Joining us via online, please welcome Dr. Udara. Good morning, Bapak Udara. And now we are going to listen the explanation and perspectives from all of our speakers about understanding disaster and the role of air operation in support of executing HADR operation. Please, Pak Rujito.
Thank you very much, Friska, and to our distinguished speakers. You have time to present your presentation. Each one of you will give 15 minutes to present, and we'll continue with Q&A after that. I will start now with the first speaker, Dr. Alistair. please.
Thank you very much for the opportunity and to the organizers for the invitation to speak here at the Regional Air and Space Forum in Bali, for all the work that goes into putting these events together. So thank you to those who are working behind the scenes to make it all happen. Just briefly about the S. Rajaratnam School, it's at Nanyang Technological University in Singapore, and we set up the HADR research program 10 years ago to be looking at three main research areas. One is looking at the evolving humanitarian landscape in the Asia Pacific, so looking at the interactions between states, groups of states, and all the political and geopolitical developments. The second area that we focus on is looking at community protection and assistance, so looking at the at-risk communities around the region and the exposure to natural hazards that they have. And then the third area is looking at the impacts of technologies in terms of the implications for HADR, not only operations, but also in terms of organizations. So just briefly, what I want to do today is to identify a couple of key trends which I think are important within the region, to introduce what we call humanitarian futures thinking. It's an idea that we've been working on for and contributing to for the last decade. Identify some of these transformative factors that I think are important as we start trying to move from a reactive sector to being much more anticipatory and proactive and prepared. Then I will look at a number of scenarios in how different sectors, particularly, can be working together to give us some ideas, a few lessons learned, and then a couple of ways forward. So in terms of the four key trends that I've identified in the region, this is really showing us where we're still largely reactive, that there's a focus on large-scale, quick-onset disasters, the ones that we can see affect lots of people and newsworthy and get carried around the world. But we have an underrepresentation of the slower onset disasters, although we're getting more visibility of them now in terms of flooding, less so in terms of drought. And so this is just underlining our reactive nature, but we should be moving to this more anticipatory system. The second in the region is the role of and importance of civil-military relations. And what we're seeing in the Asia Pacific has been essentially militaries as first responders rather than as a last resort. And this is carried out through the APC MADRO, which is the Military Assistance in Disaster Relief Operations, which are a set of guidelines that came about after the Indian Ocean tsunami 20 years ago, to look at and appreciate the role that militaries play in responding to natural hazard events. The third observation that we generally have in the region is the diversity and increasingly diverse set of responders in terms of militaries, civilian government agencies, private sector, NGOs. And NGOs, we've got all kinds of non-government organizations now, international, local. BRINGOs is fairly new onto the scene, which is another acronym, but it means Veteran Recruiting International Non-Governmental Organizations. So those which have served in the military and have set up their own response units that are going to perhaps areas that they've deployed to and communities that are familiar to them. Faith-based organizations looking at the media, philanthropic entities, and then, of course, the academic and scientific community. And they all have a role to play. And in Indonesia, they've got a term here called pentahelix, which tries to engage a number of these actors in trying to organize the way that they work together and contribute to finding more sustainable solutions. And also what we're seeing as well is do more with less. That there are, in general, in the humanitarian sector, for humanitarian response, there's decreasing interest in and available money for humanitarian response, and this is often articulated by people saying for every $4 we spend in response, that if you spent $1 in prevention or preparedness activities, then you'd be getting more bang for your buck. So we're also looking at trying to move people forward to anticipating some of the future directions. And so what we're doing through this is trying to think about how we change the way people organize themselves and their entities, whether they're military or civilian actors. And this is through essentially humanitarian futures. Strategic thinking is not new, but it is something that has less traction within largely a responsive sector. And that's trying to move people away from reacting to particular events on the ground and have them invest in planning forward. And so it's trying to engage with the different communities involved to look at alternative scenarios. So not just one, not giving a certain trajectory, but looking at a number of alternative scenarios over different time frames to see how well prepared we are to deal with those disasters. But why would we bother doing that? Well, the main issue we have within the humanitarian sector is we have cultural differences around the way organizations operate. So the military culture is very different to how the INGOs or the non-government sector organize themselves. Who do you call? Who do you talk to? And so there's much more of a need now to be engaged in preparedness activities and meeting these different actors ahead of time, so you don't have to be exchanging your name cards in the field when you're in the middle of a response. So what do we do? Essentially here, we're looking at the different types of those actors that I've mentioned before, understanding who they are, and what are the different issues that we need to be thinking about. And I'll speak briefly about the transformative factors. But we also are trying to get organizations to think about what adjustments they might need to do within themselves in order to better prepare for these different future scenarios. And then importantly is reflection. Often we hear about lessons learned, but they're more often lessons observed. And so what we're trying to do is trying to institutionalize better reflective exercises through what in the private sector is called knowledge management and transfer. In academia, we often call it institutional memory. But it's the same thing, that how do we ensure that messages are carried on through generational transfer, but also that the same mistakes aren't repeated. It'll never be perfect, but we can do a better job than we do at the moment. In terms of the transformative factors, I'll just talk about two of these, but these are broadly what we consider. And what we're looking at here is, in terms of why we're here, is looking at the technological transformations, but also cyber, outer, and human space. And within these domains, we've seen a number of key changes that have been mentioned a bit earlier in the presentation by Airbus, but within the humanitarian space, we've seen things like drones being used to transport and connect medical responses in remote areas of Papua New Guinea back to the testing center in Port Moresby, decreasing the amount of travel time and in helping to control outbreak of disease outbreak. We're also seeing the use of drones in terms of mapping. We saw this in the aftermath of the Nepal earthquake, and that was a significant benefit. Nepal hadn't been so extensively mapped before, but then some challenges came up in reflection, and when we saw this, who owns the data? Was it the government? Which organization controls the mapping? Should it belong to whom? Particularly when you're looking at issues of national security. In terms of the cyberspace, outer space, and human space is the way we interact with each other. And then what we're seeing in terms of SATCOMs is the use that it is in providing before and after imagery so that we can see where there's been significant landslides or shifts. It also is being used as well to again, in Papua New Guinea, it was the first time, so we had one of the UN agencies work with a mobile phone operator to provide the meta-level data to see where people were evacuating after the 2018 earthquakes in the highlands. And so this informed the response because it allowed the humanitarian actors to not go up to the immediate area where it was impacted by the earthquakes, but it saw that a large number of people had moved quite quickly to the outskirts and onto the coastline. And they were able to track this through their mobile phone data, through their mobile phone signals, so that they could see where the population had moved to. So those are some of the, I think, important and changes that we're seeing within the sector. Now, in terms of how the sector works together, we often understand it in, for us, 4 Cs, which is different to the ones that were mentioned earlier, but the 4 Cs here are the different levels of cooperation. So at the very basic level, we have this idea of coexistence and communication. And essentially that's that you know where everyone is, or as many people are within a deployed situation, but that's pretty much about it. You don't do anything else. It just helps inform your decision making in terms of the where you're going to deploy, so you don't put up 2 hospitals in the same village. Then in terms of cooperation, you might have common objectives, but you manage those independently. So you know that you're going into a country to help that particular affected community, and so you do have a real common goal in place. In terms of coordination, this is often that you're working in much closer collaboration, and this can be seen through some activities which have been trickled over from preparedness and exercise activities. And so it might be just a one-off air corridor, for example, that we see. But trying to move it up to this collaborative phase is where it's most difficult. So how do we make these sorts of responses repeat again in the future and prepare and improve for the responses that we need? And so this is what we try to understand when we're looking at scanning the regional landscape. So in terms of some of the lessons learned, the important ones that I've identified here, I think that are important, are the engagement during peacetime. So this is really exercises, preparedness activities through mechanisms like the Regional Consultative Group on Humanitarian Civil Military Coordination. What role do the humanitarian principles mean now and in practice when we're using such a large, diverse number of responders? The challenge of guidance. This is changing all the time, particularly in this region as states are gaining in capacity themselves to do their own response, that there is often misunderstanding or miscommunication over what the role of international or offshore foreign actors are in those responses and how they can feed in. So we're now seeing changes to the way it's being organized around regulation. Localization is a popular term in the humanitarian space at the moment, but it means a lot to different people. So it's just here that we need to understand who's talking about it and what it means to them in order to understand what it is that we're supposed to be getting from it. So the comment often is, know thyself. Like, how do you express yourself that others can understand truly what it is that you mean? And the last one is that a very big reliance on tactical or field level engagement of humanitarian responders. And we're trying to push that, move that needle, push the dial in terms of getting it up to a strategic level. So how can we start planning further ahead without just being reliant on those tactical and field level engagements? So in terms of the way forward, there are a few up here that we've identified, but I will talk briefly about them now. One is looking at the regional approaches. So we've seen ASEAN, it was mentioned earlier, has been the regional organization which has the world's first legally binding agreement on disaster management and emergency response, ADMA. So how do we look at enhancing it? What lessons can other regions draw from it in terms of regional cooperation, but also how different regions engage with their dialogue or external partners? We need
Excuse
to really
me to interrupt, your time is 1 minute left.
1 minute, yeah. So, okay, in conclusion, I will just mention 2 of the others, which I think will be important here. One is over the linkages between our different country systems, and that is over the role of information systems. How do they work together? Often there are big gaps between how we consolidate and interact those different kinds of data. And the other one I'll mention in conclusion here is the need for the different sectors to be working together to build these multi-sectoral partnerships. I'd be happy to talk more about some of those other potential ways forward in our discussion later. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let's give him a big round of applause, please. Thank you, Dr. Alistair. So distinguished participants, I believe that you have heard from Dr. Alistair the most important thing that we can take from him is the 4 keys. When he mentioned about 4 keys when we do doing humanitarian features, the first one is explore. We need to explore the types of humanitarian crisis, and then we continue with how we can identify the sort of issues that need to be considered in planning for the futures. We continue again with consider the types of organizational adjustment, and the last one is to reflect on whether the concept and principles of modern humanitarian actions are relevant to the needs of the affected. Thank you very much, Dr. Alistair, for your very excellent presentation. We continue with the next presentation, Vera.
Yes, the next speaker is Colonel Richard F. Gonske, who will deliver the presentation about the role of Air Force in HADR operation and lesson learned from the U.S. Colonel Richard, the time is yours.
Good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, and on behalf of General Schneider, the Commander of Pacific Air Forces, I'm grateful to be here with you today. Thank you for the honor and opportunity to address you today on this critically important topic of air power support to humanitarian assistance and disaster relief in the Indo-Pacific region. The Indo-Pacific region is one of the most disaster-prone regions in the world, with frequent occurrences of natural disasters such as earthquakes, typhoons, and tsunamis. These disasters have caused significant loss of life, property, and infrastructure, leaving affected communities in desperate need of assistance. The Indo-Pacific region is also facing a range of humanitarian crises, including conflicts, displacements, and food insecurity that have left millions of people in need of assistance and support. And while the rest of our panel today is going to talk to you about different trends and technologies, my comments today are meant to remind this group of the general principles that air power provides humanitarian assistance and disaster relief. The international community plays an important role in helping countries impacted by disasters and humanitarian crises in the Indo-Pacific region. This support must be focused on providing the necessary assistance without political interference. Assistance shall be rooted in the principles of humanitarianism, neutrality, impartiality, and independence, and provided in a manner that respects the sovereignty and dignity of affected countries and their people. Air power has a long history of supporting humanitarian assistance and disaster relief operations. From the earliest days of aviation, aircraft have been used to deliver aid and relief supplies to affected communities. Today, air power is a critical component of the global response to disasters, providing a range of capabilities essential for meeting the needs of those affected. Air power can provide rapid access to disaster zones. In many cases, disasters occur in remote or inaccessible areas, making it difficult for ground-based aid workers to reach those in need rapidly. Aircraft can quickly transport aid workers and supplies to these areas, enabling them to provide critical assistance to those affected. Air power can provide critical medical support as well. Disasters can cause a significant number of injuries, and in many cases, local medical facilities may be overwhelmed or destroyed. Aircraft can be used to transport medical personnel and equipment to the affected area, enabling them to provide life-saving care to those most in need. Air power can also provide logistical support. Disasters disrupt supply chains, making it difficult to transport essential goods and supplies to affected communities. Aircraft can be used to transport food, water, and other essential supplies to these areas, helping to ensure that those affected have access to the resources they need to survive, and soon. Air power can provide critical communication support as well. Disasters disrupt communication networks, making it difficult for aid workers to coordinate and affected communities to communicate with each other. Aircraft can be used to transport satellite communications equipment and other communication resources to affected areas, helping to ensure that aid workers can communicate with each other and coordinate to get help to those who most need it. Finally, air power can provide critical surveillance and reconnaissance support. Disasters create complex and dynamic situations, making it difficult for aid workers to assess the situation on the ground. Aircraft can be used to conduct aerial surveys both before and after disasters. Reconnaissance missions help to provide aid workers with a better understanding of the situation on the ground. These same reconnaissance missions also provide senior leadership and government officials the opportunity to direct and coordinate disaster relief operations. In conclusion, air power plays a critical role in supporting humanitarian assistance and disaster relief operations. From providing rapid access to disaster zones, to providing medical, logistical, communications, and surveillance support, air power is an essential component of the global response to disasters. As we move forward together, it is essential that we continue to invest in and develop our air power capabilities and the interaction and the coordination that we work together in planning a future, ensuring that we are prepared to respond effectively to any future disaster. Thank you again for your time and attention. I look forward to meeting everybody here today and gaining your perspectives on humanitarian assistance and disaster relief. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Colonel Ganske. You may be seated. So all participants again, in particular my colleagues for the military personnel, and in specific to be the Air Force, if you hear that during his presentation, he mentioned a number of things that we need to consider very seriously. The first one is, for air power has a long history of supporting HADR operations. First, that air power can provide critical medical support. And the second is air power can provide logistical support, and air power can also provide critical communication. So logistic communication and medical key important things that you need to be aware then can provide during the disasters. That's I can take from his presentation. And we also have to concern that the Indo-Pacific in particular, the region is one of the most disaster-prone regions in the world. Besides that, the Indo-Pacific region is also facing a range of humanitarian crises. Thank you very much, Dr. Ganske, for your time. Now, Prisca.
And then we will continue to listen to the Bapak Andi Wijayanto's point of view about general overview and evolution of HADR operation in Indonesia. Mr. Andi Wijayanto, the time is yours.
Terima kasih, selamat pagi. Terima kasih kepada TNI Angkatan Udara mengundang saya ke sini. For the next 10 minutes, I will try to explain the framework of humanitarian assistance and disaster relief, especially the role of military and air power. I will touch very briefly on the evolution of HRDR in Indonesia since 1945 until now. And lastly, I will close with the examination how the current technology can be optimized to create a more efficient HRDR operation. Let me start with the first slide. Humanitarian assistance and disaster relief operation refer to coordinated effort undertaken by military and civilian organizations to provide aid and relief during natural or man-made disaster. Although not formally recognized doctrinal term, HRDR is increasingly used by the military and is recognized by various other actors. Military forces are typically fully deployed for HRDR operation during the response and recovery phases of the disaster management cycle. In the response phase, the military often play a pivotal role due to its unique capabilities in rapid deployment, logistic, and specialized team. In the recovery phase, the military involvement shifts from immediate crisis management to supporting long-term recovery effort such as infrastructure, rehabilitation, providing shelter and aid, and restoring essential services. Military support in HRDR operation can be direct, indirect, or in the form of infrastructure support. For example, the United Kingdom military divides military contribution to HRDR into 6 phases, covering both response and recovery stages. Before I further explain the military roles in HRDR operation, let me briefly explain the evolution of Indonesia disaster management and how the armed forces become part of disaster relief effort. The embryo of Indonesia disaster management institution can be traced from the early years of independence. Its pace of institutional evolution was accompanied by a paradigm shift as response to disaster events and challenges faced by Indonesia throughout the years. From 1945 to the mid-1960s, our disaster institution was mainly focused on war victims before it incorporated national disaster assistance and relief as part of the mission in the late 1960s. In this period, the armed forces was represented by membership of Chief of Defense and Security Staff in National Disaster Committee. From late 1960s forward, Indonesia disaster institution became more formalized. It started to mention disaster preparedness and establish provincial and municipal branches where military personnel also become part of disaster management implementation coordination unit or SATCORLAC. In 2024, the world witnessed one of the deadliest disasters in modern history, the Indian Ocean tsunami. It was killing over 230,000 people across 14 countries, with Aceh being the hardest hit. Tsunami Aceh was not only a wake-up call for Indonesia, but also for the world, emphasizing the importance of learning from past disasters to prevent future ones. A month after Aceh tsunami, the World Conference on Disaster Reduction in January 2005 launched Hyogo Framework of Action that emphasized the significance of disaster risk reduction at both the local and global levels. At the regional level of Southeast Asia, emerged the urgency to create coordinated responses to disaster, which eventually led to the formalization of ADMER in 2005. The lessons from Aceh tsunami were critical in shaping Indonesia disaster management policies, leading to Law Number 24, year 2007, concerning disaster management. Indonesia comprehensive legal framework for handling disaster management, which provide a clear structure for disaster preparedness, response, recovery, and mitigation. 1 year later, National Agency for Disaster Management, BNPB, was formed in 2008. The BNPB's establishment followed the principle set out in Hyogo Framework for Action, emphasizing coordinated disaster response, early warning system, and preparedness at all levels. During the period of this massive institutional reform, Indonesia's military role in disaster relief operation magnified. Since it was formed, BNPB always led by military general who has strong leadership and crisis management experience, logistical and also operational expertise that have coordination with military headquarters and other security forces, and experience in large-scale cooperation. The next slide describes the principle of development of military in HRDR operation. The Oslo guidelines provide a basic set of principles regarding the use of military assets during humanitarian disaster. This guideline emphasizes that military assets should only be deployed as a last resort and complement civilian effort. For example, NATO, the US, and the UK have all publicly released several HRDR doctrines. Despite differing technical details, all these doctrines emphasize civilian leadership in their responses to humanitarian disaster. However, some countries may choose to implement different approaches based on their capability, resource availability, geopolitical factors, and also national policy. Military play a crucial role in HRDR operation, especially when quick response, large-scale logistics, and specialized capabilities are needed. Each branch of the military bring distinct capability to support disaster relief mission. For example, maritime forces play a vital role in HRDR operation, particularly in coastal and island regions. Navy ships have various essential capabilities such as serving at mobile bases for operation and having the ability to transport large amount of aid with their sea lift capability. Ground forces are often the backbone of ground-based operation in HRDR mission, providing essential logistical, engineering protection, and also medical support. Finally, air forces, with their speed and agility, are instrumental in providing rapid transportation, recognition, and communication capabilities during HRDR mission. Air Force swift response ensure the security and efficiency of disaster relief operation. Now, let me explain the Indonesia framework for HRDR operation. Indonesia provides an illustrative case of a nation that has developed its distinctive approach to HRDR. Law number 34, year 2004 on TNI explicitly mandates the military role in national disaster under the doctrine of military operation other than war. This thinking is further exemplified in 2015 by one regulation ratified by Defense Minister outlines military deployment in domestic and international mission across all phases of disaster. The military operation other than war doctrine also facilitates TNI, our military, to become the first responder for disaster relief operation. In this regard, the Military Territorial Command, Commando Territorial, is becoming a major player in disaster relief governance, and disaster management in TNI was institutionalized by establishing a rapid reaction force called Pasukan Reaksi Cepat Penanggulangan Bencana TNI. Accordingly, the task of disaster relief is designed to congruent with the force modernization agenda as well. In this manner, we could say that the TNI does not see SRDR as a merely humanitarian action, but as part of general scheme of military transformation. To support the SRDR principle, Indonesia also collaborate in so many international cooperation. Indonesia has actively sought cooperation with like-minded states to address disaster management on a multilateral level. As a country prone to the natural disaster, Indonesia has prioritized regional partnership to improve its disaster preparedness. For example, the government has backed the promotion of disaster relief initiative within the ASEAN framework and its functional body. While Indonesia considers disaster management as a pressing issue, its involvement in joint regional SRDR exercise remains somewhat limited. My last slide will discuss the role of technology. Future technologies like drones, satellites, biometric, AI, blockchain, and 3D printing are reshaping disaster management by improving efficiency across all phases. Drones provide real-time aerial views, crucial for assessing damage and locating survivors. During the 2018 Palu earthquake, drones were instrumental in mapping effective areas, speeding up aid distribution, and satellite-enhanced disaster preparedness, also offering data for early warning in 2020 Australian wildfires. Artificial intelligence, AI, plays a key role in predicting disaster by analyzing environmental data. In India, AI-driven flood prediction allow early evacuation in Bihar, minimizing capability. Biometric system ensure aid reaches the right people. For instance, UNHCR deploy biometric tools to manage Rohingya refugees, preventing fraud in aid distribution. Blockchain aid transparency by securely tracking and delivery as demonstrated by World Food Program in Syria, where blockchain technology was used to distribute food voucher efficiently. 3D printing speed up recovery effort by producing essential supplies like medical tools.
I didn't mean to interrupt, Bapak. You have
after the 2010 Hati earthquake, 3D printing helped manufacture prosthetic, reducing dependency on external supply chains. These technologies are enhancing preparedness, response, and recovery in disaster management. So I think for the next discussion, we should discuss in more detail how the future technology can optimize the SRDR operation by using air power as one of its pillar for disaster relief operation. Thank you for your kind attention. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih Bapak Andi Wijayanto atas presentasi yang luar biasa. Jadi kalau kita dengarkan tadi apa yang disampaikan oleh Pak Andi, kita bisa highlights beberapa poin, terutama apa yang beliau sampaikan terkait masalah peran TNI. So the role of TNI during the disaster management, we need to consider that the civilian also play important part. So you have to consider the Oslo guidelines, which mention that the military as the last resort. So you can use your all facilities, logistics, and things like that, but wait until the civilian takes first. If the civilian cannot do something, then you can take the role as the initiative to find the solution. And also that the military ability to mobilize large-scale resources enable them to deliver essential aid quickly and efficiently. And also, don't forget the disaster management cycle. He mentioned about 4 keys. First is mitigation, preparedness, response, and recovery. I think that's all that we can take from Pak Andi Wijayanto. Now we can continue with our last speakers. Priska?
Yes, Pak Rujito. Now we kindly invite Bapak Udara, who is joining us via online, to share the perspective about lesson learned of the role of air operations for HADR mission from Indonesia. Bapak Udara, the time is yours.
Ya, terima kasih banyak. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Yang saya hormati Bapak Kepala Staf Angkatan Udara beserta jajarannya dan para hadirin sekalian. Bisa ditampilkan slide saya? And I would like to greet the invited guests and speakers from other countries, and welcome to Bali and welcome to Indonesia. Today, allow me to give a brief presentation based on the Indonesian National Disaster Management Authority, UNPB, experience in carrying out the HADR mission. Next. Yes, as we know that maybe also as already informed by another presenter, that Indonesia is one of the very prone countries, and according to the World Risk Index, Indonesia is one of the most prone countries in the world for natural hazard. And next. Oh yeah, sorry. So on disaster data in 2023, as you can see in this slide, there have been 5,400 disasters in Indonesia, dominated by hydrometeorological hazard. And from hydrometeorological hazard, we can see that 37.9% mostly is from the forest fire, and after that extreme weather, floods, and landslides. Actually, geological disaster also less common, but always cause enormous losses, both property and lives. Next. Maybe I can skip this slide because it is also already presented by the previous presenter, but our focus, of course, in this the emergency response activity. Next slide, please. Yeah. So when the disaster occurred, we entered to the emergency response phase, where we carried out activities such as rapid assessment, determination of emergency status, search, rescue, and evacuation, fulfillment of basic needs, and immediate restoration of facilities and infrastructure. In the post-disaster phase, we carry out rehabilitation and also the construction. And so in the next stage, we do what we call the activation of the Disaster Emergency Command System, or SKPDB. Here, we do the appointment of the post commander, formation of the disaster emergency response post organization, and so on. Then, continued with the preparation of the operation plan, implementation of operation, assessment of the development of the disaster emergency view, evaluation of the implementation of the disaster emergency status, whether the emergency needs to be extended, shortened, or switched to emergency response status, and so on. PDB operations are ended to enter the recovery stage. Next slide, please. Yes, and in carrying out our operation, the pentaheli collaboration is needed, which is include the government, community, academic, business world, and mass media. And of course, the TNI is the institution is mostly supported for all of our activity in HADR. Next, please. So as an archipelagic country, we need a mode of transportation that can quickly arrive at the disaster location and is also easy to land or drop aid. Therefore, helicopters are the dominant means of transportation used. Helicopters are used to carry out rapid assessment, rescue evacuation, and fulfillment of basic needs. Next slide, please. So for the next slide, I would like to give some example of our activities. First is in emergency handling of floods and landslides in Luwu Regency, South Sulawesi Province. In this incident, more than 10 villages were affected. So for this activity, helicopters are used for evacuation or residents who need medical treatment and delivery of logistical support, as presented in the next slide. Yeah, so it is some of the pictures that can show our activity during the HADR, and it is very important because of Indonesia as a archipelagic countries. So helicopter, of course, very important also to use for the evacuation activity who need the medical treatment and also other activities. Next, please. So the most dominant activities that use the air capabilities is actually for handling a forest fire. Helicopters are used to monitor hotspot and also water bombing. Next slide. In 2023, 14 patrols and 70 water bombings were carried out by deploying with 30 helicopters. In this slide, you can see some of the dominant province that has forest fires that during the forest fire, we use the capabilities of mostly of helicopters. Next slide. So when compared to the El Nino phases, this in 2015 and also in 2019 compared to 2023, we can see that these phases within the El Nino phases, we handling a forest and land fire is better than 2 years above. And another experience that we would like to show in the next slide, when we handle the tropical cyclone Soroja. Please, next slide. Yeah, so it is one of the very difficult HADR activities because as you can see that this tropical cyclone is located in the area with a lot of small island located, and so it is spread along the several islands. And in this activity, I conducted a rapid assessment in one of the island in the Lembata, and this incident resulted in flash flood and also a landslide. So the role of the helicopter and a small aircraft is very important because these islands are very difficult to reach except by air. So you can see from another slide, please, next slide. So it is one of the examples. So something that's very difficult to handle because we have in the very, very bad weather. And if we would like to reach this location, we cannot use a lot of the public or the commercial aeroplane because it is very rare and it is even much faster to reach this location from Jakarta rather than from Kupang, where the capital province located. So from this, we can see the how important the activity of using the helicopter. Next slide, please. So from this area, you can see our rapid assessment by using the helicopter and also using the drone, of course. We can see that very in the surrounded area, there are a lot of the locations that hit by flash flood, and it is a very devastating disaster. And so we firstly use the helicopter to initially do some assessment, especially for the location that's very difficult to be reached. Next slide. So it is something that we can see how devastating the location. And of course, of this condition, so the transportation and also blocked by this disaster condition. So the rapid assessment we did for both condition, both identification and also the needs analysis for the villagers, and also the development of a field team to deliver of aid. And the challenge are first conducting flights in bad weather. It is very, very difficult. And also when we did air operation on active volcano. Next slide, please. So it is my two slides, last slides. So yeah, we would like to thank to Indonesian National Army, TNI, for providing extraordinary support in HADR mission, especially during handling COVID. The TNI has necessary resources, including human resources, established network and facilities across the country to deliver the vaccine in a timely manner. The last slide. So it is three type of activities that are supported by TNI during the COVID. So it is my last presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Udre, untuk presentasinya yang luar biasa. Thank you very much, Dr. Udre. Jadi kalau kita dengarkan tadi, apa yang beliau sampaikan sebenarnya sudah banyak diketahui, terutama bahwa penggunaan helikopter. Beliau mengulang berkali-kali tentang pemanfaatan helikopter. Paling tidak ada 3 hal yang beliau sampaikan di situ. Yang pertama adalah untuk rapid assessment menggunakan helikopter. Kemudian yang kedua adalah delivering sustainable aids. Dan yang terakhir adalah untuk monitor hotspot. Ketiga hal inilah yang dimanfaatkan selama pengalaman beliau mungkin di BNPB, operasi-operasi menggunakan helikopter. Dan yang terakhir tadi menyampaikan apresiasi atas peran TNI dalam perbantuan-perbantuan masa lalu. Demikian yang kita sampai pada end of this presentation session. Now we can continue with Q&A session. Friska?
Yes, now we are stepping into the questions and answers session. For each audience who wants to ask, please introduce your name and also your affiliation. And for those who ask, please deliver the questions straight to the points, the shorter the better, and also mention to whom it is addressed. Okay, please.
Yes, the microphone is the one in the middle. You can use the microphone in the middle if you have any questions. Yes, please. Thank you.
Tes. Baik, terima kasih. Let me introduce myself. I'm Air Vice Marshal Oki Anwar, Commander of the Air Force Maintenance Command in Bandung. This question I will ask to Pak Andi Wijayanto. According to the TNI law, one of the TNI duties is military operation other than war, and one of which is disaster management. The TNI commander will reactivate the disaster response rapid response force. On the other hand, the government has a disaster management agency and search and rescue. But no one has coordinated this agency. According to this, I asked to Mr. Andi, does the government need to form a coordinating agency? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Air Vice Marshal Oki Anwar. And a second question from audience. Okay, please.
Silakan ke tengah.
Good morning, thank you. My name is Air Commodore Destianto, Halim Perdana Kusuma Aerospace Commander. I would like to ask Colonel Richard Wright from USPKF. My question is, how is the collaboration between US military and US civilian agency in responding, let's say, if the disaster occur internally in US or also in overseas? And then my second question is, just my curiosity about how is, as we know that US had advanced technology, advanced ability of air and space, how is the accuracy or how accurate your technology can predict the disaster? For example, earthquake or Katrina, something like that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Commodore Destianto. Is there any question? Yes, please.
So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to ask a question for Mr. Colonel Richard Evgensky.
Please introduce your name first.
Okay, please me introduce myself. My name is Dinda Pandi and I am from Cakra Nusantara Aviation Vocational School in Bali. So I would like to ask a question for Mr. Colonel Richard Evgensky, the headquarters of Pacific Air Forces, and representing the role of Air Force in HADR operation and lessons learned from the United States. So back to the first topic, can you share the experiences of the United States Air Force in conducting HADR operations, both in the United States and abroad as part of an international humanitarian missions? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vadina, for your question. So now we are going to answer the questions. The first one is Pak Andi Wijayanto. Yep. Would you mind answering the question from Air Vice Marshal Oki Anwar, please?
Yeah, thank you for the question regarding our problem in coordination. This is, I think, a very classical question for Indonesia. Of course, you know, I can answer this by, for example, examining why until now Indonesia doesn't have any type of national security framework. We don't have national security law, we don't have national security agency, and so on. In my understanding, Indonesia tried to have national security, but a kind of fragmented national security. It will depend on issues. We have coordination or even national body in several issues. For example, terrorism. We have our national agency for terrorism. For drug trafficking, we also have national agency for drug trafficking. Of course, for national disaster, we have
BNPB as our national agency for national disaster. In all this type of national agency, they have the responsibility in coordinating all of national effort in all level, from the regional level until the national level. They also have the responsibility in creating a kind of civil-military interaction, civil-military relation. Yeah, for example, National Agency for Counterterrorism, of course, the head of the agency always come from our national police, but for National Agency for Natural Disaster, although it is not written as law, but the consensus is the head of our National Agency for National Disaster will come for our military officer. Until 2016, I believe, until 2016 or 17. If one military officer appointed by our president to become the head of National Disaster Management Agency, then he must, what is in English, alih status, transfer, from military officer to civilian until 2017. But in 2017, President published a new presidential regulation that allow active military officer as the head of National Agency for National Disaster. I think the first military officer, active military officer, became the Kepala BNPB was Lieutenant General Doni Munardo. Yeah, but before Pak Doni Munardo must be transferred from military to civilian unit. Yeah, this I think changed our paradigm. Yeah, for Aceh, I think we learned that we need our military to act very, very quick as the first responder. Not only the first responder, but the first responder. And then we saw the similar experience for Palu, for Lombok, for Banten, and so on. So we could not separate the military from all phases of national disaster relief operation. So our military in our paradigm, based on tsunami Aceh, based on Palu earthquake, based on Banten tsunami, is not designed as the last resort. It is designed as the first responder. Yeah. In our institution, the military is the only institution designed to have idle capacity. Yeah, the only institution designed to have idle capacity. The other institution, National Police, the Civilian Disaster Management Agency, are not designed to have idle capacity. Only our military designed to have other capacity. That's why they can quickly mobilize to play the role as the first responder in all kind of disaster, in all level of region, in local level until the national level. So back to your question, I think the role of coordination in our disaster relief operation lay in the hand of our BNPB. In the BNPB, they have to be able to create a kind of CMR, civil military relation, that put our military as the first responder to act quickly in event of natural disaster. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pak Andi. The second question, would you like to answer now?
Thank you. Is this working? Okay. Yeah, thank you for the questions. Right. Okay, thank you. Thank you for those questions. So There's a couple there, and I want to address, very similar to my colleague here. You know, when you sign up to join the armed forces of your nation, you sign up for a higher calling to serve your fellow man and the purposes of your government, and really to defend your homeland. And so disaster relief is something that your military forces are very capable of doing if they are preparing for their missions. In terms of how we can coordinate together, the better you are at your regular defense missions, the better you are in terms of coordination in terms of disaster relief. And the important aspect of that, and we do have a very unique American culture in terms of how we've developed our humanitarian assistance and disaster relief within our own country. And so every country will find their way in that regard. Similarly to Indonesia, the United States has learned these lessons in tragedy as well. And I would say while we've improved, there's always room to get better. I'll highlight a tragedy in the United States was the Katrina experience, and I don't know if everybody remembers, but it was a while back, and it was a very difficult experience for the United States when even the response was so difficult that even the military struggled a little bit with the response for that. That said, being able to serve our fellow man within our own homeland in the United States, Katrina led us to developing some lessons learned in terms of how we coordinate that and how our military response to disasters is built under civil authority. And so there is a structure, Northern Command in the United States typically controls most of that and serves in dedication to civilian authority and how we organize for that. Externally, of course, we also have a lot of tremendous capability, and especially in terms of logistics in the United States military, and we can move quickly. The question about preparedness for disaster relief comes in terms of organization, training, doctrine, as well as exercising. One of the ways that we try to do the response aspect of that is, again, the better you are at your military capacity, the better you'll be able to deliver aid in coordination with partners.
Colonel Gansky, there is also a question about how accurate the technology predict the disaster.
I don't think there's any real special insight I can provide you with that, especially in terms of earthquakes, volcano eruptions. However, in terms of weather prediction, we do have a lot of capability in the United States, and I'll say that I think the world also shares in a lot of that in terms of being able to rely on weather prediction. That said, the best way to prepare for these moments is to continue to work together and endeavor in our coordination, in our capability, and subject matter exchanges for subject matter expertise to work together, whether it's in disaster readiness or disaster response. In terms of C-130s, exercises, logistical exercises, moving humanitarian aid, it's very similar to military missions. Did I answer your question?
So, Friska, I think in the second session, we will hear presentation about the use of satellites.
Yeah.
When we hear that, we will hear that the satellites can be used as a predictive tools for the future.
Yeah. We will discuss on the second session of this discussion. And is there any questions, ladies and gentlemen? Please, Bapak di belakang. Ya, silakan. Please give a question through the microphone.
Thank you very much. Colonel Asep, Wing 4th Commander, Atas Senjata Air Base. Thank you very much for your presentation from all speakers. My question dedicated to Dr. Udrek from BNPB. As we know that tsunami in Aceh is was the worst disaster, not only for Indonesia, but also for the world. I have two questions for Dr. Udrek. First question is, how does the lesson from the 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami have Indonesia prepare for the 2018 Sulawesi earthquakes and tsunami? As we know that the handle of BNPB more effective and more efficient. And the second question is, aircraft play a crucial role in supporting BNPB, actually for HADR operations, and in that regard, BNPB itself operates its own fleet of helicopters. So what the future air capabilities or new technologies should BNPB seek to adopt in order to improve your organization's ability to respond the HADR demands in Indonesia? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Colonel Asep. Is there any questions? Ladies and gentlemen, please. Bapak.
Thank you. Senior and whole college, my healthy greetings for all. Salam sehat. And thank you very much for all the excellent lectures this morning, especially to Pak Andi. It feels like getting 3-year college lesson condensed into a 10-minute sessions. Thank you very much, Pak Andi. Tepuk tangan semuanya. Following what your representation, my name is Aldrin Mongan, Marskal Pertama, First Marshal Indonesian Air Force. Very interested and fully agree, Pak Andi, that now we should look more focused, should look more at the challenges that will come. Whether we can start focusing all our resources to find out early whether the earthquake or landslides will occur, following to your last presentation, and how to deal with them. Do we have already that all such technologies that can precise expecting the time, I mean, if the landslide or like earthquake come? Do now we already have that technology? Or what should we do to the challenge that will come in early? Probably also other language can answer this, other speaker can answer this question. Thank you very much. Salam sehat.
Salam sehat. Thank you so much. Air Commodore, Air First Marshal Aldrin. Is there any questions, ladies and gentlemen? Okay, now we're going to answer the questions. Bapak Udrek, would you mind answering question from Colonel Asep about lesson learned?
Yeah. Okay.
In Indonesia.
Terima kasih Pak Asep. So you have 2 questions addressed to me. First, I would like to inform you how we have already improved from 2004 Indonesian Ocean Tsunami. Now it's already 20 years. Yeah, actually, as you know that 2004 Aceh tsunami and earthquake is a wake-up call for all of us. And from that year to now, we have a lot of things that have already done. Like a regulation, and also, of course, now we have BNPB after the 2004, And also, we have a lot of now expert in every kind of disaster. And now we also have a BPBD everywhere. And if we can see now almost all of the institution in Indonesia has mostly a director level for the disaster. You can name every ministry, let's say, or agency. So actually, from that we have already have a lot of the improvement and also progress in all everything, including the planning, the regulation, the technology, knowledge, and etc. And also, of course, how we can educate people for understanding risk. But I agree with you also, maybe some of information regarding to the tsunami, let's say, because Indonesia may be one of the the countries that has a lot of tsunami compared to other countries. So after 2004, we also have a big earthquake, even maybe a small tsunami in 2005. And also we have a 2006 Pangandaran. We have also tsunami in Mentawai in 2010. And maybe something that maybe we can still remember is about the tsunami in Palu in 2018, as well as in Sunda Strait 2018. And now actually we also have a lot of discussion regarding to megatrust earthquake that maybe also trigger a tsunami. So something that may be very important to us that a lot of things we still need to learn, because if you can see in let's say a Palu earthquake, in our understanding before that the tsunami only triggered by the earthquake, and the location of the earthquake should be on the sea. But in Palu earthquake, the epicentrum is actually on the land. And as you know that also the tsunami lead time is only 3 minutes. And it is not triggered by the earthquake and generated tsunami, but it is what we call as atypical tsunami. So it is also very new for us that landslide can cause a very, very fast tsunami, only about 3 minutes. And after that, in Selat Sunda, as you know, also it is triggered by the flank collapse of Krakatau, and it is also has something that maybe for our early warning system, we need to learn more. So something that, of course, very important for us is how we can understand the risk. We need to increase our knowledge and also the technology for that. And something that also most important now is the climate change. So as you know that climate change now can increase and amplify the magnitude and also frequency of the disaster. So something that now we like chasing something that also can run faster. It means that the problem increasing systemically, like we learned from COVID. Another one is about the air capabilities. Actually, previous presenter also already mentioned. So now, actually, also the BNPB, we need and we use high technology, especially also working together with the scientific institution like research center and also the university, as well as the other countries working together. So like the using of satellite is become a very, very important for HADR. Now, after we have hit by a disaster, so we ask to the Sentinel Asia, for example, including also Airbus, provided us a lot of the very, very important satellite. So from that, we can do very, very rapid assessment and also handling for humanitarian assistance. If we don't have the technology, I think now, of course, we also do it very, very late. So it is one of the very important because we can get it very, very early. Even sometimes for optical satellite, we cannot use some part because of the existing of the cloud. And we have also like such kind of microsatellite is now is become available, and also the using of a drone, of course. Now there are various of technology of drones that we can use in order to help us for the humanitarian assistance. So it is some of the capabilities that we are now also working together with other institutions in order to make better services for humanitarian assistance for disaster relief. Thank you very much.
From Pak Aldrin, Pak Andi.
Ya, terima kasih Bang Aldrin atas pertanyaannya. Senang ketemu lagi. Udah lama nggak minum teh moringa bareng. Ya, terakhir minum teh moringa bareng di Kupang. So regarding the doctrine for our disaster relief operation, I spent all my academic career studying the evolution of Indonesia military doctrine. I realized that doctrine is the soul of every military organization. If you want to know military organization, then you have to study the doctrine, because basically doctrine come from a long past experience of war and peace. By studying the doctrine, you will know how a country military organization try to maintain peace and how to prepare capabilities to defend itself and how to deploy that capabilities to win the war. That's military doctrine. It comes from long experience. So Indonesia, for disaster relief operation, should be able to provide very vast spectrum of military doctrine in terms of tactical, operational, and grand strategy level. Yeah, we can write, I don't think we have now, we can write military operation other than war operation. For example, how we handle the problem of internal displaced people, because we have that experience when we deal with internal military struggle in 1950s. Yeah, we have this kind of IDP problems in Aceh, yeah, in Maluku, used to be in East Timor, and also even in West Java, Central Java during 1950s. But when I learned Indonesia military doctrine, I couldn't find this kind of document, for example. Yeah, of course, in terms of handling disaster after earthquake, after tsunami, after forest fire, and so on. We have so many experience in handling natural disaster. But most of this experience somehow forgotten and not being transferred to become knowledge that can be learned in our military academy. The past military knowledge that can be learned in our military academy can be simply defined as doctrine. Yeah, I once in 2016, 2017, when Pak Mulyono was our Army Chief of Staff, General Mulyono was our Army Chief of Staff, I was called by him. He asked me to assist his team to write guerrilla doctrine, Army guerrilla doctrine. I asked Pak Mulyono, can I see the document of guerrilla doctrine? To my surprise, there is none. There was none in 2016. I'm very surprised. I said to him, how come? Guerrilla doctrine is our doctrine dasar, is our fundamental doctrine. How come from 1945 until 2016, Indonesia didn't have one document called guerrilla doctrine signed by Army headquarters. Yeah. So to be able to write the first Army guerrilla doctrine, I was lucky. I still able to interview several Angkatan 45. Yeah, such as Pak Wijoyo Suyono, Pak Saidiman, and so on. Yeah. And then Pak Putranto, the head of Kodiklatat at that time, formed a special team to write our first guerrilla doctrine. What I am trying to say is we have to find the most relevant experience to write the soul of military organization, the doctrine. Yeah, in terms of disaster relief, we have so many. Yeah, from internal displaced person problem in 1950s till tsunami Aceh in 2004, and then the Palu tsunami again in 2008, and so on. Yeah, and then the recent experience, of course, our success story in managing and preventing kahutla, forest fire. That's our success story. Yeah, we have to learn from that experience and create and rewrite that experience. Now and then we have to ask one important question after we form our doctrine: the advancement of technology. After we write our doctrine, evaluate the advancement of new technology and then ask if our doctrine still relevant. If suddenly, somehow, the new advancement of the technology make our doctrine obsolete. Yeah. For example, I just read 3 days ago, for the first time, there was one hypersonic missile sent by Houthi from Yemen to middle of Israel. For the first time, 2,000-kilometer missile, hypersonic one, deployed by Israel, by Houthi, reached the middle of Israel. And I said, this will be the game changer. This will be the game changer for the Iron Dome strategy of Israel, because this is hypersonic. And Houthi will not be able to create this kind of technology. And then we can see the possible networking of Houthi that make them suddenly have this kind of advanced technology. And suddenly a significant spectrum of air dome doctrine become obsolete. This is the main question. When finally we be able to write the doctrine, we have to see the advancement of the new military technology. The basic question is still relevant. It's make the doctrine obsolete or not. But again, we have so many experience in disaster relief operation in our history to make our military, including Air Force, to write the various tactical, operational, and grand strategy level of doctrine for our military.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pak Andi Jayanto, for your excellent answer. And I think it's already encouraged our military officers that we should to think from now how we can develop our doctrine for the future. Okay, Friska, I think we have end to the first session of today.
This is the end of our session. Really hope that our first session will enhance this forum participants' insights regarding the disaster issues, also HADR operations, and the role of air operation in HADR missions. Once again, give a big round of applause to our distinguished speakers, Dr. Alistair Dibiku, Colonel Richard Afghanske, Bapak Andi Wijayanto, and Bapak Udrak. And Air Commodore Wijito and I will be back on next session after lunch break. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Now we are giving back the stage to the masters of the ceremony, Dave Setiawan and Sergeant Liza. Good afternoon, everyone.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Can we give a big round of applause for this interesting session? Thank you very much for the moderators and the speakers. You may return to your seat.
Esteemed guests, we will now take a break for lunch, prayers, and refreshments for approximately 1 hour to Tanjung Benua Room on 3rd floor. We invite you to enjoy the meal prepared for you. Kindly note that we will resume our forum promptly at 1 p.m. Thank you for your attention and enjoy your lunch.
Cek, cek.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite all participants to make their way to Pecatu 1 and 2 Hall and proceed to your seats as we are about to begin our next session shortly. Once again, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite all of you, all participants, to make their way to Pecatu 1 and 2 Hall and proceed to your seats as we are about to begin our next session shortly. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite all participants to make their way to Pecatu Hall 1 and 2 and proceed to your seats as we are about to begin our next session shortly. Thank you.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite all participants to make their way to Pecatu 1 and Pecatu 2 Hall and proceed to your seats, as we are about to begin our next session shortly. Thank you. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Bali Regional Air and Space Power Forum 2024. We hope you all had a pleasant lunch break and enjoyed some time to relax and network. As we reconvene, we'd also like to thank you for your continued enthusiasm and participation. Now we would like to give the time back to the moderators. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back on stage Air Commodore Rujito Dibio Asmoro and Friska Clarissa.
Thank you very much, MC, for your kind introduction. So, how was your lunch, Friska?
Great. How's yours?
It was good. Very nice food.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. How was your lunch? Really hope you had a great one. So we would get double energy to continue our second session of discussion of Bali Regional Air and Space Power Forum 2024. So shall we start now, Pak Rujita?
Yes, for the first session, we already heard from our speakers a lot of information related to disasters management and how we can respond to that.
Yeah.
Now we will hear about the use of technology for this second session. Should we invite the presenters now?
Yes, of course. And please give a big round of applause to all of us, ladies and gentlemen. So we'll start our second session of discussion. Pak Rujito, please have a seat.
Yeah.
And let us introduce our distinguished speakers in this second session. Our first speaker has been appointed in June 2021 as head of Southeast Asia for Airbus Defense and Space Division. Prior to this role, he has been the head of services sales in Asia Pacific for Airbus Defense and Space since 2018. Before, he was since 2013 in Airbus Indonesia, where he took the role of COO, and since 2016, CEO of Airbus Group and Airbus DS subsidiaries in the country. So please welcome Jose Juan Corsia Palomo. Good afternoon, Mr. Jose Corsia. How are you? Terima kasih. Please have a seat. And then our second speaker is the Senior Director for Business Development in Asia, supporting the Bell Singapore office. In this role, he advises on fleet aircraft campaigns and specific aircraft missions and on aircraft sustainment. Before joining the Bell Singapore office, he served in the Military Sales and Strategy Division at the Bell Corporate Office in Fort Worth, Texas. We cordially invite to the stage Mr. William Dickey. Please give a big round of applause for our second speaker. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for coming. Please have a seat. Thank you so much. And the last but not least, our third speaker is a principal scientist in aerospace and satellite technology with a focus also on the development and application of remote sensing satellites for humanitarian assistance and disaster relief operations. He currently leads the Research Center for Satellite Technology at Indonesia's National Research and Innovation Agency, or BRIN. He has been instrumental in key satellite programs, including Indonesia's first microsatellite, which supported Earth observation and remote sensing for disaster management and environmental monitoring. So please welcome our third speaker, Dr. Wahyudi Hasbi. Please give a big round of applause for Dr. Wahyudi Hasbi. Good afternoon, Pak Wahyudi. Selamat siang. Terima kasih, Bapak. Silakan duduk. Please have a seat. And now we are going to listen the explanation and perspectives from all of our speakers about the future of aerospace technology for HADR operation. Pak Rujito.
Yeah, thank you very much, Friska, for the introduction. For our speakers, you will have your time now to present your presentation. Each one of you have 15 minutes to present, and then later we will continue with Q&A. Please, you can start now.
Good afternoon, selamat siang. It is a privilege to address you today on the current and future development of aerospace technology and its relevance in HADR operations. I hope that 2 rations of Airbus is not too much for you in one day, especially after lunch, and you can enjoy a little the next step that I'm going to talk about. Okay? I will focus today in 3 areas. Firstly, the current role of Airbus DS in supporting HADR operations. Second one, the future advance that we are developing to enhance these capabilities, and the importance of this innovation in enable more effective disasters response. So Airbus Defence and Space has a long history of supporting HADR operations with its multi-missions platforms, with an essential word, versatility. Resources are always limited, and the capacity to have versatile assets which can be configured quickly to support HADR operations are key for success. The A400M is known for its strategic airlift capabilities, can carry more than 37 tons of supplies, vehicles, equipment, making it ideal for transporting essentials aids, remote and challenging environments. Its short takeoff and landing capabilities allowed it to operate on unprepared runways, providing access to areas where infrastructures are compromised. It was demonstrated during the earthquake and tsunami in Palu in 2018, where it was able to transport heavy excavators and fuel trucks and to land on a damaged runway. Let me just share that I was there, no? And as a civilian, I still remember the sense of urgency for the aircraft to take off, as we knew that this flight could save life in the disaster of Palu. It was also a public impact when the A400M and the MRTT were used during the evacuation of Kabul, and those impressive images that was shown before by Sakir, and I wanted to highlight again, demonstrated how an aircraft could be used even beyond the original purpose during a crisis situation. The A330 MRTT is another versatile asset that extends beyond its primary role as air-to-air refueling tanker. Its large cabin and cargo capacity can be quickly converted for medical evacuation, transporting up to 130 stretchers and medical teams, making it invaluable in mass casualty situations or large evacuations. Beyond aircraft, our satellites, imagery, and Earth observation services are integral to disaster management. With our Playa Neo and TerraSat X satellite constellations, we offer high-resolution images that, in the case of the Playa Neo, is up to 30 centimeters native. This information is indispensable for command centers, decision makers, who must prioritize and deploy resources quickly and efficiently, like in the case of the coal lava flow in Sumatra, where the satellite images deliver critical insights for damaged assets, route planning, and situational awareness. Or like in the example of the cyclone Mosha in Myanmar, where evaluating the damage in one of the key bridges came essential for selecting the main supporting routes. But on top of the use of the satellite imagery for awareness and aircraft for transport and evacuation, it is critical to assure the communications during the HADR operations. So if we go ahead in the future, we can always look for what we call a Sapphire, which is a new development that we have in our horizon. This high-altitude pseudo-satellite capability with the upcoming Sapphire platform provide persistent, high-resolution imagery and communications capability that can be used for early warning and real updates, allowing for more proactive and informed decision-making. Our next solution provides secure voice, video, and data that can be connected on the traditional mobile networks like LTE or 5G, or directly by satellite with low latency, assuring that even if the ground networks are damaged during a crisis, the communications from the different teams are granted on the ground. Or developing space-based internet solutions such as OneSat flexible satellite, which provide global, adaptable, and resilient communications. This ensures that even in remote or devastated areas where traditional infrastructure fails, HADR teams remain connected, enhancing coordination and operational effectiveness. In imagery satellite, we're also innovating. The Pleiades Neo Next is another step forward, advancing Earth observation capabilities with a new satellite offering below 30 centimeter resolution native, and is vital for humanitarian assistance and disaster relief operations. Pleiades Neo Next ensure unmatched imagery, higher revisit rates, and superior accuracy, reinforcing our commitment for innovation and global support. Firefighting, in addition, our A400M and the C295 firefighting kit is another innovation for enhancing our multi-mission capabilities. Southeast Asia has seen increasing occurrences of forest fires, which is not only damage ecosystem, but also impacts air quality and human health. The ability to quick convert the A400M or the C295 into a firefighting for doing missions in that scenarios ensure that we can respond effectively to a variety of emergency scenarios. So this is not just technical achievements, no? They are crucial for meeting the complex demands of modern disaster management, where the first 48 hours are critical for the success of the activity. The Asia-Pacific region, home of over 60% of the global population, is prone to disaster that can affect multiple nations simultaneously, requiring a unified multinational response. For military and civilian responding, having the right tools and technologies means faster mobilization, more accurate assessments, and better coordination with local and international partners. I'm proud to say that Airbus Defence and Space Solutions had the proven ability to provide rapid mobility, high situational awareness, and secure communications. Allow me to wrap up my speech. The evolving nature of global challenges require that we fully leverage advanced aerospace technologies to enhance our disaster readiness and response. At Airbus Defence and Space, we are committed to working alongside military forces, governments, NGOs, and academic institutions to develop solutions that build resilience against future threats. I invite you all, military leaders, researchers, and policymakers, to continue collaborating with us in these efforts. Together, we can harness the full potential of aerospace innovation to provide more effective and timely humanitarian assistance and disaster relief. Thank you for your attention, and I look forward to the valuable insights and discussions that will follow. Terima kasih, thank you very much. Have a nice day. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's give him a big round of applause again. Thank you very much, Mr. Palamo. Have a seat, please. Okay, we have heard from you that the use of technology is very crucial in that case, right? You said that your aircraft A400M is a strategic and tactical level. What is interesting, it can take off and landing in very short runways, like. It is very interesting because in the case of earthquake or something like that, probably also impact on our runways. So your technology is quite advanced for this case. And also one thing you mentioned about Airbus satellite constellation is also can be used to assess the damage and also the reconstruction process. Thank you very much for informing us about that. Now, Priska, let's continue with the second speaker.
Okay, for the second speaker, we cordially invite Mr. William Dickey to present about Featured Air Operation and its role for HADR mission. The time is yours.
Selamat siang, good afternoon. I'm well aware that we were speaking after a wonderful lunch. Appreciate that very much. And I hope I stay awake throughout the presentation here. Ladies and gentlemen, Air Marshal Teddy, Rear Admiral Echo, and Rear Admiral Sisiani, good afternoon. My name is Bill Dickey, and I represent Bell Helicopter as the Senior Director for Business Development in Asia. I am based in nearby Singapore, and I'm happy to be here today in beautiful Bali, Indonesia. I would like to thank the symposium organizers for inviting me to speak today on an important topic. Also, I would like to recognize and thank Air Marshal Tony Hojarno and his staff. Based on my experience supporting humanitarian assistance in disaster relief operations, known as HADR, in Africa and Asia with Bell Helicopter, and prior to joining Bell Helicopter, the organizers asked me to briefly speak on lessons learned regarding the use of vertical lift in support of HADR operations. First, I would like to pay my respects to the Republic of Indonesia Air Force, who I've worked with in the past on HADR operations. Many of the good examples of lessons learned come from their professional approach to supporting HADR operations in their vast country in a time of great need. The Indonesian citizens should be proud of their Air Force. Today, I hope the topics I briefly discuss will encourage discussion of HADR planning and operations. Later this week at the Bali Air Show, please come by the Bell Helicopter booth to further discuss those with us. As listed on the slide, the HADR scope is wide and includes all the large-scale catastrophic natural and man-made disasters. All governments, militaries, and emergency civil agencies have the same goals when providing HADR support. The goals are saving lives, alleviate suffering, and maintain human dignity. Unfortunately, due to the nature of the disasters, they arrive with little warning, and thus planning and readiness are crucial to a timely and effective response. Since basic humanity is a fundamental principle, I am proud to say in the past I have observed those opposed to each other put aside their issues and participated in HADR operations to the benefit of the people involved. This was due to their professionalism and understanding of HADR operations. As shown by this slide, there are several worldwide locations which are prone to disasters, and of course they are found near large population centers. Additionally, as depicted, we are currently located along the Pacific Ring of Fire. On the upper portion of the slide, if we look at the South and Southeast Asian regions with respect to the scale representing population, this region is affected at a greater proportion than other regions in the world. However, if we look at the lower portion of the slide, we see this region has a lower number of deaths than other locations in the world. My assessment is this is due to the countries in South and Southeast Asia having a thorough understanding of the danger of their location in the ring of fire, and through their planning and readiness, they have been able to assist their populations. However, we all understand there is no telling when and where the largest catastrophic event will take place, so best we are always prepared. In terms of preparation, allow me to highlight on this slide, according to the World Risk Index data for 2023, which has the latest data available, Indonesia, India, and Philippines have the highest overall disaster risks. Flood and storm lead the natural disaster category. Earthquake and landslide follow in frequency number. Wildlife and drought then follow. Although perhaps not as frequent, volcanic disaster should be considered when planning for HADR operations, especially in this region. In terms of vertical lift or helicopters, the most common task required is to move people, supplies, and equipment, summarized by one word: utility. Throughout the world, this is effectively accomplished by the upgraded Bell 412 EPX helicopter, which has an internal load of 2,443 kilograms and a cargo hook capacity of 2,268 kilograms. In addition to the utility mission, Bell helicopters can be outfitted with a hoist for search and rescue operations and with firefighting equipment. One lesson learned throughout my experience in HADR operations is that initial reaction and planning are paramount to success. Yes, achieving success in this area is made difficult by the unknown timing and location of the disaster. However, there are a few factors which can assist an organization to increase the odds of success. The location of the helicopter assets and where they can be maintained and operated in an HADR scenario is one such factor. Another factor is possessing adequate aircraft maintenance and sustainment to achieve a high operational readiness rate, to ensure the helicopter is available to provide required HADR support. To this point, Bell helicopters are uniquely suited to help the operator with their component marinization to help them withstand the harsh maritime environment. As shown by the slide, the wildfire in Maui, Hawaii grew quickly. As an island distant from other islands and the mainland, possessing limited helicopter assets and even fewer configured for firefighting equipment, firefighting proved a daunting task to accomplish with helicopters. In the state of California, specifically Southern California, wildfires are a seasonal event, and thus helicopter and other aviation assets are positioned accordingly as the wildfire season starts and are managed according to their need in the state. Nevertheless, it is still a daunting task. In Southern California, Bell helicopters outfitted with fire buckets, as depicted on the slide, are used, as well as helicopters with belly or underneath mounted fiberglass tanks, holding hundreds of liters of water, which are used with great effectiveness. Another lesson learned in HADR operations, which also applies to helicopter operations in general, is the critical ability for a helicopter to land in challenging terrain and environments, and of course take off afterwards. Helicopter skids, which are a mainstay of Bell helicopter, giving the operator the ability to land and successfully take off afterwards in challenging situations and environments. Whereas if tires are used instead, they can become stuck. Throughout my experience, this ability, allowed by using helicopter skids, has proven critical to successful HADR operations. The need to understand the impact of the helicopter's performance signature in the HADR location is also a lesson learned. As a helicopter is there to save lives and alleviate suffering, it is best we do not make matters worse or cause more problems by not understanding the impact of the helicopter's operation. In this case, as shown in the slide, the helicopter's rotor downwash tears down the tents and other structures, which of course is problematic. Thus, the helicopter type size should be factored in HADR planning and measured against the structures within the environment to ensure this does not happen. Commercial Bell public safety products are well suited for HADR operations throughout the world. Listed here are those Bell products, with special notice to the Bell 412. Bell is proud that we have been associated with Indonesia for 60 years, and we look forward to continued cooperation. Starting tomorrow, Wednesday, I invite everyone to visit the Bell booth at the first Bali Air Show to discuss Bell products. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you very much, Bill, for your excellent presentation. So, dear respected participants, we hear from him that the use of helicopters in that case is very crucial. Just because normally during the natural disasters, all our infrastructure were damaged, so we need some kind of quick response aircraft, and helicopter is one of them that can be operated off-site and also off-site and give readiness. And also very important when you mentioned about fundamental things when we operate is we have to consider about humanity, neutrality, impartiality, and independence. Thank you very much, Bill, for your presentation. Now, Priska, next.
Okay, thank you, Pak. Kita akan menuju ke sesi berikutnya. Now we are going to hear the insights from Bapak Wahyudi Hasbi about satellite for humanity, the development of remote sensing satellite technology, and its role for HADR operation. Pak Wahyudi, the stage is yours.
All right, now this is my turn. So good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank Indonesian Air Force to invite me here to share and also speak about the satellite for humanity and the role of this satellite technology for HADR roles anyway. All right, so I will start with, as mentioned by all the other speakers previously, that our beautiful country here located in the Ring of Fire. And from the slide you can see that many of Indonesian people located really in the area that very dangerous and we have potential of disaster. So in these positions, of course, we have to be prepared for all the natural disaster, such as earthquakes, tsunamis, and volcanic eruptions. And that's the reason why satellite will be very important in this role. And I also would like to remind that Indonesia is the third country in the world using the satellite technology since 1976. Okay, and then, yeah, for this purpose, actually, Indonesia already prepared all the regulation, and you can see that Indonesia already established the Indonesian Space Act, or Undang-Undang number 21, 2013. And also, we do have several Indonesian regulation, including the regulation number 18 for procedure of organizing remote sensing activities, including HIDR. And then also there is another government regulation, number 7 last year, has been signed by our president, of mastery of space technology. And we do also have the presidential regulation of space roadmap, as I have shown in this slide. Okay, and then I also would like to see that We developed 3 satellites so far for Indonesia. So we launched the first satellite in 2007. This is a video camera satellite, and you can see the orbit on the top of my slide. So we have orbital in equatorial as well, and also in polar orbit. And you can see that we can also map our Indonesian area. We call it Indonesia map. And then down in the left side, you can see that we also capture several disasters by our own satellite, and then several activities, including also we use the satellite during a disaster that I would like to show you this one. So you can see here, we use also our satellite to have a communication. So not only taking an image, but also to use the satellite as a transponder, so that people can use only handheld that they can buy very cheap in the market, like 200,000 rupiah, and then they can use this handheld. Whenever disaster happens, they can still make a communication. So this satellite also, you can send an image so that people can get the image when you don't have any mean of normal communication, like your cell phone or any other means of the satellite system. So this is the activities that we have done before during the earthquake in Lombok Island, as well as also tsunami during it happens in Palu. Okay, and then this is another task that we are doing, as also mentioned by, there is a nice question about how details we can predict the disaster. Of course, it's very difficult, but one of the data that we can use is the Earth magnetic field. We also monitor this one. You can see the left-hand side is the data that we get it from our satellite, so we can monitor the Earth magnetic field. And then we also use many of satellite data as well to have to monitor the forest change detection. And as mentioned by Dr. Udreh this morning, that we are quite successful to avoid the forest fire, and one of the reasons is because we supply the data from the satellite. Without detection of the hotspot, you cannot identify where you want to avoid this burning area. So that's the reason why we need this satellite data as well. And then this is another task that we also do with satellite. We can monitor the land subsidence, and also, as you know, there are several discussions about Jakarta will be underwater. Actually, we monitor that one as well. And there are not only Jakarta, but there are several other areas in Indonesia too. So this can be monitored through the satellite systems, and this is one of also example how we can see the eruption Semeru in 2022. So in the left side, you can see this is optical data, and as mentioned by some of our speaker before, during a disaster, usually you have clouds. So that's the reason why you need another means of technology which called SAR, or synthetic aperture radar, that it can go through the clouds. Even you can take a picture during the night, and that's the result in the right-hand side. You can see how beautiful we can capture the Semeru, and also below is the red color is the data from our own satellite. We call it 883. Then we can identify how big is disaster happens there, and you have to be prepared for that. This is also another example how we can measure how many buildings impacted by the heavy flooding. So we can estimate like 80 building or housing damage because of heavy flooding by using the very high resolution data. This is a 0.5 meter resolution. I think this comes from Pleiades as well. Pleiades is the satellite that has been mentioned already. And this is the beauty of using the satellite technology. In UN Spider, we have one agreement that if disaster happens, all satellite operator must supply the data of disaster area for free. So we can request, for example, we can ask Airbus, can you provide a very detailed image in disaster area? And this is the one that they also give in UN Spider. And this is another example how we can, by using the satellite data, we can make the hazard and vulnerability mapping, so that we can make not only prediction, but we can prevent things happen. So this is the reason why the data is very important. And you see, this is area in Bali. And then this is another example how we can use the satellite data even to make an estimation if something happens, how many people will be affected. So this data has come from 2010 when we have a project together with the German agency, and then we can really make it very detailed how we can measure or make a prediction how many victims can be dangerous if tsunami happens in Bali, for example. So this is the one that we can do through satellite image as well. And then also, of course, making evacuation planning. You need the satellite data. So we can even estimate how many minutes, if you run from the offshore to go up, how many minutes it will be required. So we have to make this kind of details as well. And of course, this map is quite old. We need to update it immediately. And then another things that we can do is also investigate what caused the disaster happens. So we can see here, for example, we can identify why the heavy flooding happens in Bandung area or in Jakarta as well. So we can see because of some areas already been changed and something like that. And then for hydrometeorology, we need also several data for example, the seasonal data, weekly data, and daily data, so that we can prevent things happens or evacuate the people if we really needed to do it. So the next plan that we have is we will launch our next satellite that we develop. We call it Nusantara Earth Observation Satellite, or NEO #1. So we developed in our laboratory in Bogor. So this satellite also carry several camera and also for maritime surveillance. And again, we need to measure the Earth magnetic field so that we can make this data to doing some research for disaster as well. And then this is just some few about our capabilities that we do in Indonesia. So from making the design of the satellite, we have the R&D capability, AIT facility, and so on. Our president already visited there as well. And then this is another thing that I would like to share with you, that currently we have a new program. We call it Nusantara Satellite Constellation Program, consists of 19 satellites. So like 2 very high resolution. As I mentioned, we really need very high resolution as well. We need another 4 HR or high resolution satellite. And also we need disaster early warning satellite system, which have an orbit in equatorial. And then with this, we hope that we can really taking care of Indonesian area actually. So with that purpose, we not only want to have a constellation, but we want to make the space economy by inviting the all partners together so that they can develop the satellite here in Indonesia, so that we can have a sustainability space program. So not only one project to the other project, but we really need to make it as a sustainable program for Indonesia. And another thing that we do is also we have now a program called it a geoinformatic multi-input, multi-output. So basically we will use the whole data for the whole satellite data, and then we will share the output to all the stakeholders. And as a BRIN, National Research and Innovation Agency, of course, our duty is to make the research. How can we make use of the satellite data as well? So this is the sample that we are using so far. So the data also will go to BNPB, KLHK, KKP, and all other institutions in Indonesia. So we hope that with this whole concept, we can serve all these ministerial agency in Indonesia in a better way. And in conclusions, I would like to remind that, of course, the remote sensing satellite play a crucial role in HADR, from early warning to post-disaster recovery. All this also mentioned by Dr. Andi this morning. You can see the table, all from early warning to the post of disaster can be covered by the satellite systems. And also, now the satellite is become smaller and smaller, so we can use this kind of technology as well to have a cost-effective satellite, but still providing the quicker access to the data and also frequent revisit time. That's the reason why we also choose equatorial orbit satellite, because our position is from east to west. So our orbital position, we better to have equatorial orbit. Another things that very important one is to have a hyperspectral imaging system, because we can measure a very fine area of Indonesia. And then another things that we already know that currently AI and machine learning is become hype and everybody use this one. And of course, this will help us to manage the big data that we have usually when we use satellite data. And then another thing, of course, we need to have future enhancement will about the accuracy, speed, and also accessibility of the satellite data. With that, I think that's all I can share with you, and thank you very much, and looking forward for another discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wahyudi. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you hear from him that, at least on my notes, there are 6 important points of the use of satellites. The first one is we can use satellites to identification, and then mapping, estimation of the victim, and then evacuation planning, investigation, the causes, and also the early warning. Other than that, you already hear that the small satellites also can be used for as early warning and post-disaster recovery. Thank you very much, Dr. Wahyudi, for your presentation. Now, Priska,
Yes.
we come to the end of the presentation. We continue with Q&A now.
Indeed, Air Commodore Rujito. Now we are stepping into the questions and answers session. For each audience who wants to ask, please introduce your name and your affiliation. And for those who ask, please deliver the questions straight to the point and also mention to whom it is addressed. Ladies and gentlemen, is there any questions? Okay, Bapak?
Yes, please.
Please.
Make sure you make it short and straight to the point.
The shorter, the better. Please, Bapak.
Okay, that's my chef, Commander Saguptra from Indonesian Naval Aviation. I will give question to the Airbus Defense and Space. It's so interesting because your UAV Sapphire is the new technology for surveillance, and also looks like game changer for technology aerospatial, especially for stratosphere. Can you give or elaborate more about the capacity or the opportunity when we use this kind of technology if we compare about the satellite? Because I believe that the Sapphire is kind of renewable energy and also zero emission, and the capacity if we compare about looks like the satellite from a private enterprise, looks like SpaceX. What's the benefit if we use the technology of Sapphire, if we compare with the conventional satellite? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Is there any questions? Yes, please.
Dear Sir, Madam, and all the honorable guests today, thanks for this precious chance that has been given to me. Beforehand, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Jonathan. I'm one of the students of Saksikanlah Nusantara Aviation Vocational School Denpasar, Bali. Well, my question is for Mr. William D.K. How do you see the future trajectory for technology development? Do you see any potential for future breakthroughs that will revolutionize the role of helicopter in supporting HADR mission? That's all my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Mas Jonathan, for your question. Is there a question? Okay, please.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity. I am Captain Tera, a student officer at the Indonesian Air Force Unit Command School. I would like to direct my question to Mr. Jose Juan Orcia regarding the current and future developments in aerospace and drone technology, specifically in the context of humanitarian assistance and disaster relief operation. Mr. Orcia, thank you for your presentation. I have a question regarding the current and the future development in aerospace and drone technology. Specifically, what are the major shortcomings of drones in supporting humanitarian assistance and disaster relief missions today? And do you believe the current pace of drone technology development will be able to address these issues in the near future? This is my question. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Jose Corsia, would you mind to answering the first and the third question for you? Thank you.
Hello? Yes. So, well, thank you very much for your question and for the interest in the Airbus products. So I would respond first to the question to the Sapphire that you were asking to me. On top of this response, if you need later more information, we can go back and we explain. No? But mainly, Sapphire is well, it's a device, no, or an aircraft that flies in the stratosphere. So it's over the commercial aircraft and below the satellites. And it's a device that can be day and night during long periods of times. Even, I can go to the records, but can be more than 30 days flying autonomously using the solar power. And the interesting point is that you are able to equip with a payload, so you can have an optical payload or a communication payload, so it can be a very efficient solution, cost effectiveness comparing with some satellites activities. This is why we call that is a pseudo satellite. Okay? So you will see sometimes, if you use as an Earth observation, as you are flying lower than normally the distance that you may have with a satellite, you may cover a larger area with the observation with better resolution. So you are improving much comparing if you are going up or no. And if you're doing in communication, you are gaining, you are improving in the latency, because at the end you are flying lower and you are a node of communication in areas that maybe they are not covered properly by by normal communications in the site or by the constellations of satellites, or maybe that you don't want to have access to LEO constellations because of the latency or because the availability. Okay, so this is what I can say to Sapphire. We are still in the final steps of development, but it's creating a lot of attention in different organizations of the world, not only military but civil ones, because of the applications and the versatility that they have in the product. Okay. And with regards of the other questions of the drones, okay, for sure, I mean, the drones, we always say that they came here for staying, okay? I didn't enter very much today in all the portfolio of Airbus just because of the time, no constraint. But in Airbus, you may see that we have also our portfolio of drones, especially in the ones that we consider that we can add more value. Okay, so in this one, and you can Google it. You have the program Eurodrone, managed by the European nations and led by Airbus. When you have a big drone with a high capacity of carrying a strong payload during long period of times, no? And actually, we have something that we call SIRTAP, which is a smaller drone, but well, in the same range that the normal Heron from the Israeli or whatever it is. So it depends very much for which kind of mission you want to use that drone, or for which kind of concept of operation you want to take it. Are they useful for HADR operations? For sure, okay? Also with the limitations, I mean, when you are in a disaster situation, when maybe your infrastructure are not working properly, or you don't have even, you're not secure where to use the drone, maybe you have these kind of limitations, no? Or how to deploy them if there is low distance. So I think it's a good complement to the rest of technologies that we're talking. I don't really think that they are going to replace the satellites capacities that we are talking, and for sure they are not going to replace other of the traditional aircraft, because you need to use it for evacuations or for transport of cargo or items. So I hope I have responded to your questions, and thank you very much for your comments.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jose Corsia. And then the second question will be answered by Mr. William Dickey, please.
Thank you very much for your question. I believe the question was on the future developments or some of the future developments for HADR. Wow, in just a short amount of time, since I heard that question, I go through my mind, I could spend the whole afternoon and evening on some of the future developments, but I won't torture you with that. Let me just highlight a couple of them. I briefly showed on the slide the Bell 525, and I encourage you all to come by the air show and talk to us about that. That will be here in the near future, and that's a big improvement upon the helicopter world. But let me take a step back just on the current products that we have in terms of aircraft, in terms of sustainable bio-friendly fuels and better and stronger engines, things like that that can assist any country who is maintaining a Bell fleet at this time, of course. Also at Bell, we partner with other companies who basically put things in or on our helicopters to help HADR operations. These are things that can assist and can greatly increase the productivity or the desired goal of using that aircraft in a HADR operation. As for the future, at what we're looking at, I'd like to speak not only for Bell, but just for also the helicopter industry as a whole. It's a very bright future just because of the increase in breadth of ability of technology to help anything that we want to do nowadays. There's, of course, autonomous pod transports that will be able to carry supplies unmanned to certain locations, and that's used by a satellite. Of course, UAVs now in operation, and that future is very bright in terms of what that offers for HADR operations. And of course, the big player nowadays is AI, or the big thing in the future, present and the future, of course, is AI. And its capacity and ability to really increase the capabilities of whatever product you have, not only for helicopters, but for fixed wing and for satellites and everything else. We really see that as a cornerstone or a keystone of the future. So with that, I do encourage you to come by our booth and look at some of the things that we have for the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. William Dickey. Bapak Rujito, I think we still have more time to have a second round of Q&A sessions.
If you still have any question, you can ask it. Yes, please.
Yes, please.
Thank you very much. My name is Masa from the International Committee of the Red Cross based in Jakarta. So I think we have focused on mainly the positive aspects of new technologies, but actually we also need to discuss the negative perspectives of new technologies. Actually, amongst many humanitarian organizations, we are very concerned about uncertainties of new technologies. As mentioned by some panelists, AI or machine learning, they are pretty much have the potentials to contribute to future humanitarian operations, but at the same time, they could potentially create some negative consequences for humanity. For example, misinformation, disinformation, and even hate speech can be one of the consequences of those new technologies. So for In your observations, how can we contain the uncertainties of new technologies in the future to contribute more to human dignity in an appropriate way? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for the question. Any other questions, ladies and okay, please.
Dear Sir, Madam, and all the honorable guests today, I would like to introduce myself again. My name is Dinda Pandi, and I am from Cakra Nusantara Aviation Vocational School in Denpasar City, Bali. Well, my question to Mr. William J.K. The presentation has described quite a lot on the role of helicopter in HADR missions. I would like to ask how the role of other aerial platforms, such as fixed-wing aircraft and UAV in HADR operations. Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Dina. Is there any questions from the audiences, please?
Good afternoon, Mr. and Miss. Permission to ask. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Karsta Sera Amelia. I'm from Bintang Persada Aviation Vocational High School. There's my questions. Currently, one of the goals of drone technology is the development of autonomous drones leveraging the usage of AI. How do you think the development of AI-powered drones will benefit HIDR operations? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for the question, Kalisa. So we're going to answer the questions in the second round of Q&A from Bapak Wahyudi. Please answer the question. The first and the third question about the negative side of AI and also how AI can be used for HADR operations.
Thank you so much for the question. So actually, this is the question that very important that to be answered. But unfortunately, this is a lot of debates and discussion for this one as well. As we already understand that this AI and machine learning and all this kind of technology is become hype right now. Everybody using it, but at the same time, we also worry that it can be misused. So same as I mentioned in my presentation, for example, for satellite technology, we can use this technology to make the life easier. For example, it can handle or make some identification of the image very fast compared to the conservative way of doing all this image processing. But at the same time, to make this image processing faster, then we need a lot of inputs. This is something that I believe that you worry about, right? So, of course, this AI is the tools that cannot work without samples anyway. The question is how you make sure that the sample that you use to make AI become smarter is ethically approved, right? And I think UN already makes some kind of guidance also in the ITU. And I believe in Indonesia, unfortunately, we don't have this kind of regulation yet. But I think globally, is people now talking about this one. And some benchmarking already there, like for example, in Europe, how to make AI become more ethical, right? From the usage itself, and also how to get the data. For example, if you use ChatGPT, let's say, then of course, whatever you input there, then of course, this can be used to learn to make the ChatGPT more smarter than before, right? So this is something that's still a lot of debates, a lot of discussion. But I think I agree with you that, of course, new technology should be developed in a way so that it's ethical to use it, right? So this is the way that we have to really make sure out of it. So that's my answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Bapak Wahyudi. And we're going to answer the next question, Mr. William Deke.
Okay. The question was on the role of other assets within HADR and how those work with helicopters or vertical lift. Great question. The helicopter just complements the other roles of fixed wing, or even after the helicopter, the truck or the carriage that carries those supplies into an area. All those complement each other. It certainly starts with the strategic way of maybe moving supplies into an area, for example, if it is supplies, and then from a runway that is usable, and then from that runway unloading those supplies to a helicopter lift that can take them to a remote area that maybe has been damaged by natural forces and doesn't allow for a fixed-wing aircraft to land, but allows for a helicopter to land, offload, and then move to a truck or bicycle or what have you. So whether it's a fixed-wing asset from our underneath our parent company at Bell of Textron Aviation, if it's a fixed-wing Textron Aviation aircraft, or if it's a Boeing aircraft or Airbus aircraft or whatever it is, all those complement each other in the role of providing support for HADR, and it's incumbent upon those involved in the operation of it to, of course, plan ahead of time to make sure that they utilize all those assets to the best of their ability. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. William Deke. And how about your perspective, Mr. Jose Corsia?
Well, my approach is my response is very similar to the ones that Bill was putting on the table. At the end, we need to see the approach of the HADR in a holistic way, where you have different technologies, assets, or capacities that can be used together in a concept of operation for covering this disaster. No? So the fact that you are able to have this bunch of capabilities aligned and well prepared with the versatility is the ones who are going to make you to be success or as success as possible during this kind of activities.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for our speakers for your excellent answers. I believe that some of you still want to ask some questions, but we are limit of time, so we have to stop here for the second session. And Priska?
Yes. Thank you so much for today's Q&A session. And now we are going to have some highlights of the discussion by Air Commodore Rujito.
I did already.
Okay. And then give a bigger round of applause to our distinguished speakers, Mr. Jose Corsia, Mr. William Deke, and Mr. Wahyudi Hasbi. We hope today's sessions will achieve the understanding for all stakeholders to the concept and the implementation of HADR operations in depth and comprehensively related to the theme Security for All, the future of aerospace technology and its role in HADR mission. Once again, we would like to extend our sincere appreciation to all of the audiences. It's an honor for us. I'm Friska Clarissa, and also my partner, Air Commodore Rujito Dibio Asmoro, to moderate today's sessions. And now we are giving back the stage to Masters of the Ceremony, Dave Setiawan and Sergeant Laisha. Really hope to see you next year. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen.
Once again, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, can we give a big round of applause for this interesting session? Thank you so much, moderators and also speakers. You may be seated.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next item on our agenda is the emphasis of the Chief of Staff of the Indonesian Air Force and the official statement on the closure of the forum. This will be presented by the Commander of the National Air Operation Command. We kindly invite Air Marshal Teddy Rizali Hadi to come on the stage.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. First of all, I would like to introduce myself. My name Teddy Rizali Hadi. I am a commander of National Air Operation Command. I would like to deliver closing speech from Indonesia Chief of Air Force. Good afternoon, distinguished speaker and guests, the Honorable Ambassador from partner countries, Honorable Delegation from partner countries' armed forces, the Honorable Officer from the Indonesia National Armed Forces and Indonesia Police, honorable stakeholder official from the government and defense industry, academia, and all guests, ladies and gentlemen. As we approach the conclusion of the Bali Regional Air and Space Power Forum 2024, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all of you for your invaluable participation. Today, discussion have been nothing short insightful, and I sincerely thank to our esteemed keynote speaker, panelists, moderator, for your sharing expertise and experience. Your contribution have provided us with a deeper understanding of the challenge and opportunity in humanitarian assistance and disaster relief operation. To all of participants, your engagement, question, and idea have enriched this moment. We have come together not only to listen, but to actively collaborate, and I believe the connection made today will lay the groundwork for meaningful cooperation in the future. Throughout the day, we have explored the critical role of technology in disaster response. We have seen how advanced in UAV, drone, satellite, AI, and also C4ISR system have enhanced our ability to respond to crisis more swiftly and efficiently. But beyond the technical capability, we have reaffirmed the importance of international cooperation, a key message that resonated across every session. As several of you highlighted, the complex nature of HADR operation, no single nation can address this challenging alone. And our ability to share knowledge, researches, and also strategies is vital in building us a sharper, more resilient in the future. While our discussion have been productive, the real test lie ahead. The idea and initiate that have emerged from this forum must now be transformed into actionable solution. I believe all of you take what you have learned here today and continue the conversation, collaboration, and also partnership in your respective field. Our cell mission does not end here. The world is changing rapidly, and so must we. By leveraging and the technology and partnership we have discussed today, I'm confident we can enhance our disaster preparedness and also response capabilities. Once again, I would like to express my deepest appreciation to all of participants, speakers, organizations who have made this forum success. Together, we have laid the foundation for a brighter future, one where technology and cooperation convert to save lives and protect communities in time of crisis. Next slide. Next slide. We'd say Alhamdulillahirabbil Alamin. I'm honored to officially close the Bali Regional Air and Space Power Forum 2024. Thank you very much, and I wish you all of you continue success as you take forward in discussion from today. May we meet again soon in the spirit, collaboration, and share progress. Thank you, enjoy Bali, and safe travel to all of you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam, Om, Santi, 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 Om. Selesai.
Thank you, Air Marshal Teddy Rizal Hadi, for the closing speech.
Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to take a moment to reflect on our shared values and commitment to our beloved nation. To celebrate and deepen our sense of patriotism, let's join together in singing a song that embodies our love and dedication to our country. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Bagimu negeri. Ladies and gentlemen, you may be seated.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next on our agenda as we approach the end of today's Bali Regional Air and Space Power Forum 2024 is report from the officer in charge of the forum events.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as we conclude the Bali Regional Air and Space Power Forum 2024, on behalf of the organizing committee, we extend our deepest gratitude for your participation and presence. We apologize for any shortcomings during the event. Thank you to all distinguished speakers, moderators, and all participants for your active engagement. For those who need the presentation material, kindly scan the QR code that will be displayed on the screen. Enjoy your stay in Bali, and for those of you going back home, have a pleasant trip. I'm Dave Setiawan, and also my partner,
Sergeant Laisha, and see you at the next Bali Regional Air and Space Power Forum.
We would like to say thank you for having us as your master of ceremony for today's event. Have a great afternoon.
Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Om Santi, Santi, Santi Om.